Yeah,
Alright, so first things first, right?
I think I know what's going on.
First things first. The shit that
Coop and Mike
that
did?
Mike
No.
and Caleb
Caleb
did,
and Mike.
I wasn't cool
ended
enough
up
to go.
taking 2 days. What I could do is just say it happened, and then have you guys go like have everything just go from there. Or if
Yes.
there's anything in particular you guys wanted to try and do
No.
the moment you showed up, fucking I can like I can freaking sort of like work with that and like have it have happened as they were doing what they were doing.
Nah,
Tales of
nah.
Bossing stay style, up to you.
No, I mean,
Not-
me and
If,
Raph
if,
went
if
to
no
the
one had
tavern.
anything, then it doesn't matter. So,
Not me. Yeah, no. I saw.
No, I mean, my main goal was doing the shit with the Archmage,
My main goal was to
and
blow
everything, but
up.
that involved
yeah,
Softail
yeah, okay.
completing his mission. So I had
Think
no
I
reason to
don't
move
know nobody.
until then.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah.
I want to see this be narrated from other people's perspectives.
All right, so
Hey. This is Star Wars.
Solid. I don't know, but it's good regardless.
I don't know. I like it.
Yo, Mike, put some obliteration. I mean, my bad. I just love.
We need some Mass Effect Star Map music.
Wait, did you buy that, Mike?
I did. I bought Mass Effect.
Alright,
$10.
I'm buying it right now.
And they want all the DLC for single player and multiplayer on sale for $11 as well.
Wait, on top of that? So
Yeah, on top of
$21?
that. Yeah, so 21 to get all the DLC and the game. Well, obviously the game itself is just $10.
okay, so I'll just say it's the morning after the events of Coop and Caleb's sort of
Mike and
could you-
Caleb?
Mike and Caleb.
fuck whoever said that earlier fucked with me, but Khajiit and Enji's fucking jailbreak was successful, barely,
Lit.
but freaking
Barely.
so anyone who's like and anyone who was involved, you'd be sort of waking up in the morning to freaking actually you probably would have woken up during the night to the sound of like guards on the wall blowing their horns to let each other to sounding an alarm pretty much. And if you went to investigate it, which you probably would have, you would know that the fucking merchant district, random houses in the merchant district were getting torched, and freaking and a lot of guards are trying to like figure out why that was going on. You know that the guards heavily suspect foul play. One of the guards got a glimpse of a cloaked figure in the night, but they weren't able to, they weren't able to entirely like lock down who it was. They would have come to the inn to ask questions, but you guys at the time you would have known anything about it, and they would.
Wait. Oh, we're by the guards right now, technically.
No, this is what would have went down like the night of. Fucking.
Gotcha.
So this is where I'm gonna start it, because what I did with Mike and Orlando earlier was at the same time. So yeah, you guys would have known, some cloaked figure was torching the merchant district, and what you call it? If you were investigating whatever, would you guys have like gone out and like tried to like see what was going on, or would you have just like kind of just chilled? Like what do you guys think?
Probably would. I mean, I probably would have investigated.
Haywood loves the sound of chaos, so sure.
All right, cool. So I'm just gonna say that you all would have gone to investigate. You eventually would have been like sent back to the inn or whatever. But what you definitely would have saw when you went out to investigate is that there would have been a bunch of guards trying to like in the merchant district, which is kind of like a circular area in the center of the town, and freaking you would have seen you would have seen guards like running back and forth trying to put.
No, I'm not gonna play.
You would have seen guards running back and forth trying to put out the fires. Not an unfamiliar sight.
Damn. Throwback.
And whatchamacallit, you'd have seen the leader of who you can obviously tell was the leader of the person leading those guards would have been like out there like helping them do that, sort of ordering them around from atop his horse. Is is the warden, the man who runs Occam's Legion. Freaking our eponymous hero. Fucking whatchamacallit, but yeah, he's a freaking big ass orc. He wears heavy plate armor.
Half orc,
Rides a-
fucking racist.
rides
Half
a-
orc.
whatever. So, orcs are orcs. Rides, is he
Damn.
He rides a horse that also has that also has armor. Freaking pretty like
Well, bro.
pretty
Orc
knight
life
looking
matter.
knight. Fucking and you'd have seen him sort of just like towering over everyone, like commanding guards to do different things and getting the situation under control. After a bit, he would have gotten the situation under control, stifled the fires, calmed what citizens were around, and like I said, at that point, you guys would have been sent back to me, most likely, because it's none of your business. But point is, you would have seen that guy. You would have seen that go down. So now it's the next day, and you know, what exactly did you would your guys' like plan of action? Given the events of the last game, which if you don't remember, I will remind you.
So if I remember correctly, our goal was, well, Mike's main goal was breaking out the half-orc woman that we'd fought from prison, returning to the Archmage's tower, all of us together, and that would admit us like a conference. Correct? Right so far? With Andre and the Archmage. Or
Ichabod.
at least with Andre. Or Ichabod. I'm reading the wrong name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So what I thought happened, what I remember
Andre's the dead
happening
guy.
is that Ichabod gave that specific task to Mike's character because he was specifically trying to regain that trust. But if I recall correctly, like, you know, you were there too. Freaking but everyone else
me and him had a whole showdown.
Yeah. But if I remember, everyone else just kind of walked away. But yeah, pretty much like what Mike I'm sorry, his character names. What Edgy and Softail did was to the extent of gaining that favor back that you guys had and threw it. Freaking So I mean, did you want to go to try and go to the estate to catch up on that stuff?
Can I?
This is a question for the party. What do you guys want to do now?
Actually, can I go just do something separate?
Well, the party was pretty fragmented the last time we left off.
Yeah, that's what
Everybody
I'm
went their
saying.
own separate ways.
Like if I recall correctly, Angie and freaking Haywood were like at the stables or something.
Can I?
Wait, what's up?
No, go.
What's his face? Brutus and Inuyasha went to the inn, and you guys were just sort of messing around, drinking with the big dude with the cobra tattoo. Freaking,
Yeah, we were talking to him a little bit.
Yeah, and then I forget what Khajiit was doing. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. You were at the freaking drug den. Yeah.
Yes.
So freaking,
Yeah, he went to the drug place.
Yeah. So what? So I mean, do you guys want to regroup? Like, this is just a question for the party. What exactly? How do you guys want to roll? What's your?
I mean, I'm still pretty pissed off at NG and Haywood.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to hang out with those kids. I probably want to go convene with Softail though and try to talk to him about how the mission went.
Okay.
Since I was there when Ichabod gave him the mission.
Yeah.
I think me and Brutus were the only other two people standing there.
Yeah. So with regard to something like that, regardless of how you guys feel about each other, that type of debriefing is something that you would do as a group.
All right. Well, I mean, wouldn't it be up to if Softail wanted to tell everybody?
I mean, yeah, but freaking NG was involved in the heist, so freaking.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So freaking I keep saying heist like she's property, but
I mean, she's a half orc.
I gotta curb the half orc racism. That's just a theme in my campaign.
You literally just said orcs are orcs.
I know,
I want to hear it.
I gotta curb that, dude.
Softail's an advocate for orc lives.
I gotta get it under control. That was the whole
only
reason
like
Mike was able to buy a potion because he lied about his cousin being a half orc from the main capital, and then he needed to disguise himself. Fucking.
So he disguised as the cat.
No, I lied to the guy. He asked me, he goes, what do you need to disguise potion? I was like, my cousin's going to Ashterra. And I was like, and he just questioned, he's like, oh, is he of orcish blood? I'm like, yeah.
And then,
that's it.
Of course.
The alchemist pretty much went full orc lives matter. And was like, all right, yeah, I hope he does all right. I'll float you some shit.
Orc lives matter.
But point is though, fucking and this is, like I said, this is a question for the whole party. Like, what do you guys want to do towards?
I'm trying, so.
Yeah. So go for it, Coop. What did you want to do?
Can I track down the paladin?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that's possible. Yeah, I'll write that down. Let me write that down.
He was gonna try and
Write that
convince the
down.
paladin.
I want to get
Nah.
down what everyone wants to do.
Something
Freaking,
crazier than that.
Oh
God, he's gonna try
no.
and steal it back and murder
Where do
her.
I have?
He's gonna try and kill the paladin by himself, isn't he?
Yo-
He's gonna have his own little mini arc.
Yo, do you Orlando? Did you have the thing that we used for her?
Come again?
Like I remember we used a sheet for her, but like it was something that I had written down. Remember you sent me a sheet?
Yes, it was. It's like
It's an NPC codex thing. If you
the
can
dog rider
find it.
knight. I don't know what her actual level was meant to be.
Yeah. You can just freaking send that to me, whatever, and I'll adjust it accordingly. But yeah, you can do that. So what did everyone else want to do? Like what did you want to do? Like anyone else? Like I already. Alright, so Raph, I'm assuming is gonna go with what everyone else is doing, right? Coop wants to freaking.
I thought I was drinking with Alex.
No, you are, but I'm
Well,
asking
yeah,
you,
this
what
is
do
the
you want?
following.
What do you want? It's the following day. What do you want to do now? Freaking.
Day.
And I'd imagine you're just gonna go with what everyone else does.
What's
Because I mean, yeah. What? Wake me up when it's combat. Freaking.
Yeah, literally.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Pretty
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I
like,
really
you know,
want to earn
it's not
back
like
the
I
trust
could,
of
it's
this
not like I could,
archmage.
go and enchant my equipment or some bullshit because I don't have that
I mean,
bullshit.
how much money do you have? Fucking.
Me?
That's something that's possible. Fucking.
I don't know.
Something becoming +1 is 2,000 gold. Like it's not like a.
2,000 gold.
Yeah, you're almost there.
Let me see. Where's my gold at? I got
1,500. So keep that stuff in mind, But freaking.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but so Raph's gonna do what everyone else is doing. NG is fucking you and Mike. I'm assuming can figure out what you want to do. Freaking,
Except the criminal activity.
I stayed the night at Ichabod, so.
Yeah. You stayed the night there, so you're not a factor right now. At some point they're gonna head over there, 100%. So I'd imagine everyone but Coop, everyone but Haywood would want to go to the Archmage's estate to try and remedy that situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Easy enough.
I want to get my armor first, though.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Do that.
Okay.
So. All right. Haywood.
Yes.
You wanted to track down the
Paladin.
the
By
paladin.
myself.
What you know about the paladin is that you know that she's a paladin of Bahamut. You have the symbol. You know what it is. Freaking and you know that in this city is the church of Bahamut. Like it's literally that's half the reason she showed up. She came this way originally to try and jog her memories to see whatchamacallit, to see if that would spark anything. Of course, on the way it happened perchance, but that's the first place you would think to look.
Where else could I look?
That would be something that you would have to use your own intuition, where else you think she could be. The church is the main obvious thing that would make sense to check first, given that she's a paladin. Freaking.
What's her name?
Her name is Kivana, with a Q.
What is
Kivana
it?
Althea. I don't think you ever told her. last name.
Kirvana?
Yeah.
Okay, Kirvana. Got it. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go search the church.
If you wanted, you could try and ask Ichabod because he did speak to her in Halfling. You didn't hear what they said.
Yeah, you could also do that. Freaking. I mean, I'm assuming you have. Yeah. That was it. This is it. Yeah. Thanks, man. But I'm assuming she has freaking you have intentions that aren't shit you'd want to share with everybody, given that you're fucking degenerate. So that's your fault.
Right.
This bum.
Right. That's alright. You alright?
So what's the move?
Oh, I'm going to the church.
Oh, you are going to the church. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the church. I don't want to talk to no Ichabod.
All right. So you go to the.
How dare!
You go to the church, and
I don't want to. Actually, yeah. Never mind. Go ahead.
No. Tell me. What do you want to do?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Wait,
so
am I going in right away or?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Do you freaking? I was just telling you
Sorry.
what you see. Freaking. So from outside the church, you immediately see that it's a fairly high traffic area. Lots of people from both districts frequent it a lot. Like you see people who are wearing different types of clothes going in and out.
Great, but is my target there?
We're getting there.
Okay.
So you fucking what's it called? You
Target. Oh no. I'm scared.
like I said, you see lots of people just going around like general church shit in the morning, and freaking and sort of just like guiding all those people around, like freaking seeming to like be telling people where to go, is a freaking is a pretty old is an old man. He looks like he's in his like fucking late 60s, early 70s, freaking who's like in like a sort of like bishop type fucking. He's got like some bishop type shit going on. You scan the crowd. You look around. She'd be like she's short, but she's she's recognizable, and you do not see you do not see her in the crowd.
Okay. I wanna go
that's
talk
what you
to
get from using your eyes.
using my eyes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what you get from just a glance
your
looking
dick.
out the front. Yeah.
I wanna go talk to the bishop.
Okay.
I wanna specifically walk through the crowd too.
All right. So what are you going to
Mocho likes you.
What are you gonna say to him?
I'm a
Like you walk in and he's not really like paying super attention to you.
I like him.
I go up, I walk up, I'm looking at the ground, and I look at him.
I like you small. I like you tiny.
What's going on? Hello?
It's a Madagascar joke. Remember, like Moto Moto?
No, I know that, but like,
I don't know.
is it that funny?
Some tomfoolery
Is this one of those jokes that's funnier because it's like interrupting something? Like,
No.
like if someone just farts, fucking like someone's in the middle of speech or something.
No, keep going. Do your
Alright.
thing, Moto.
Fuck's sake. All right, so what are you
I just go, you, Bishop. Do you know where Kivana is?
freaking he looks at you and he's like he looks at you like, and he's like, slow down there, young one. What's your name?
Oh shit.
No, that's it. Oh shit, that's my name.
Are you stammering in person?
Yeah, a little bit.
I
Yeah,
will also like to point out that obviously nothing is, since you guys tend to forget these things. Nothing is forcing you to tell the truth here. Fucking you don't have to tell him, hi, my name is Haywood Yablomi. I'm from Ashterra, and I'm gonna. You don't have to say that.
And I got a dick bigger than your holy symbol, nigga. Kiss me.
Stammering.
Are you talking through a two-way radio? What?
Trucker 5'9", Trucker 5.
Fucking retards. God.
What the fuck?
All right.
Hey,
But
Jamel,
yeah,
you ever wonder what it was like to be my session with some of the fuckery you guys do?
I'm sorry, bro. But go on. He asked you for your name. What was your question?
You don't need one, oh holy but Bishop. Just know that I will be loyal, whatever it is, to your God.
Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Freaking So he's gonna look at you and like he's gonna look at you and then like look away and like act like someone's gonna come ask him for something real quick. He's gonna be like, all right, blah blah blah, fucking handle a little bit of business, and then he looks back to you and he's like, I don't know where you're from, Cretan, but where I come from, you tell someone your name before they entertain conversation with you. If you're not prepared to do so, our time here is over. Be on your way.
Just call me Benjamin.
He's not even
Friggin',
here
he
to
was-
understand that.
He was midway walking away. He was midway walking away, and he just stops and turns around, just freaking like old ass, crinkly ass smile on his face, and he's like, "Okay, Benjamin. One, I'm no bishop. I'm the high priest.
Oh.
And Bahamut isn't my god. He's yours too.
Oh my god.
Now, what do you want here?
I'm looking for the paladin Kivana,
I know of no such paladin. Do you have any more descriptions?
a halfling.
A halfling. Freaking I was gonna say this like it was obvious, but like halflings are like there are other halflings around, right? So he's gonna be like, halflings. I see many halflings day to day.
She's a paladin that carries this sigil, your sigil.
So she's a paladin of Bahamut, you say?
She came through here recently, looking for something.
Well, if a paladin of Bahamut came through these halls, I've not seen.
Do you know any other place where Benjamin can find him?
Freaking whatchamacallit. So like yeah, he's easy to do that thing again where he just like he does a little bit of business on the side, fucking and then like just being like fairly rude about.
Tell him
about
if he wants his eyesight back, he'll pay the full gold price. Now go
exactly.
out of my face.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
They don't call me a high priest for a reason, let me tell you.
So yeah, then he looks back to you and he's like, I don't know why I said that in the voice for a second. He's like, he's like, if I were a paladin of Bahamut, I would definitely come to this church. It'd be my obligation, my moral duty. And the fact that I've seen no such person within these halls makes me doubt her faith, or the fact that she's actually been to this city. In short,
You can tell.
no. What were you
You
gonna
could
say?
tell him. You could tell him that she like just got here. Like she just got here.
I mean, no, because we're gonna like at this point she's yet to actually like he hasn't seen her around. He genuinely hasn't seen her. And freaking and the vibe I'm going for here, right? In case no one's picking it up, is that this guy does not entirely pay attention to everyone who comes in and out of this place. That's just kind of not his focus.
All right.
And that you might be better off asking like someone around here who could be more perceptive. Maybe someone who works under him or something. Like
Who else is in?
I mean, well, like it's a church, so like there, he's the high priest. There'd be like there'd be like clerics around. There'd be other people like freaking who are like who you could probably ask if you really wanted to.
I do a slight bow and I say, "Thank you, Holy High Priest."
Yes.
I'll be talking to you soon. And I leave.
Doubtful.
Boy.
But yeah, freaking
I'm looking for. You said there's somebody else in there I can talk to.
Yeah. Like they're people who are more on the ground who pay more attention. That Okay. Well, I just go up to one of them. I don't know. Dealer's choice. No, yeah, that's fine. Freaking whatchamacallit? Freaking one of the freaking clerics should just like you go up to one of the clerics and then they just look at you like but they just like headward, free not to rise. No, I'm kidding. But fucking they give you some sort of basic ass greeting and they're just you can ask them.
Gotcha. Have you guys seen a paladin carrying your sigil? I'm sorry, our sigil.
So
that's a halfling. Halfling paladin carrying our sigil.
So the person tells you that I'm assuming you give like the description of her, like full description, like
Yeah.
And the person says that someone of that description came someone of that description came into the church in sort of a hurry. And they spent a lot of time there, just sort of praying to themselves and just freaking they seem to be like fairly stressed out. Freaking when any attempt anyone made to talk to them was met with a sharp tongue. And then just as quickly as she came, just as hastily rather, she left. And she had her things with her. She seemed to be like on her way, with the way she had her things on her, and the fact that he had never seen her face around there before. He figures that she was probably on her way out of the city. So for whatever reason, either permanently or temporarily, she was planning to this person's this person's perception. It looked like she was preparing for a trip, a journey. And she, and he saw her leave in that condition.
All right, I doubt I'll get any more information.
And what he does say is that anyone who enters and exits the town has to go through the guards. So, the guard, anyone who freaking, they would have that information. They would have probably noticed if someone of that description left the town and didn't come back. They probably know whether or not freaking someone was in the city. This is me talking to you, by the way, not the person, because they wouldn't just be doing this. But freaking, you know this because you came into the city. Like, you know how it was. People would like said, hey, I never fucking seen you before. What are you doing here? Freaking, so they would have that information, but as to whether or not, like, how easy it'd be for you to acquire that information, that's something else entirely. You are also a ranger and inherently capable at tracking people.
Exactly.
So that's something to keep in mind.
Would she have had to tell the guards where she was going and where you going, when you're coming back?
They would have asked. Freaking she's not obligated to tell the truth, and they're not obligated to be skeptical.
Okay. Do I know? No, I wouldn't know what gate either. She just left.
Oh no, yeah you do. Yeah you do. Freaking
I do?
the right gate. Yeah, the same gate that you entered.
Great, I want to go there right now.
All right, cool. So, all right, so I'm gonna put a pin in that situation. I'm gonna go back over to the main guys. So freaking so anyone who is heading over to the Archmage's or the Archmage's estate, do you just go there? Fucking you guys are just gonna head over there and just talk to him.
So Softail and NG are both here, right? We're all going over there together.
NG's freaking Softail isn't with you. He's just straight freaking like. Your characters don't know this, but he's at the estate already.
Okay. So it's pretty much just me and Brutus walking over there.
You, Brutus, and NG went back to the inn afterwards to get his armor, so he'd be with you too. And if you want, you can ask him stuff about what happened, or about where were you during the fires? Because at one point he did drunkenly leave the inn in the middle of the night and then not come back till the morning.
All right. So
you could ask him. You could inquire about that if you so desire.
Alright, so as we're walking towards Archmage's place, I kind of look over at him shifty-eyed, and I'm like, with all those fires last night, what were you doing out and about?
I went to get high, man.
You got me there. I did not expect that.
So, Ange, I didn't know you were a culture, man. What do you smoke?
It's more of a potion.
Oh, really? What's it called? What's in it?
I don't know what it's called, man.
Where'd you get it from?
I'm not an alchemist. I got it from Eclipse.
Where?
Eclipse.
Eclipse. Sounds neat. Who's that?
I have a feeling that potion is called arson.
Raps, by this point, you know what Eclipse is if you've been at the end for any sort of amount of time. It's Eclipse is the drug den that Mike was in at the end of the last issue.
Got it.
He's telling you that he was there. That's where he spent the night. That's what he's telling you.
All right. Good to know.
Or normally I consider this baseless suspicion given no previous history of misconduct, but given that there is very much previous history of
misconduct, there is very much previous history of this misconduct. I have no reason to trust this man.
I disappear and fires happen.
This is the second time.
I was out in the woods with Coop,
Just to double check. What's on fire now?
Oh, nothing's on fire now, but
what was on fire last night?
Yeah. And if you're walking toward the Archmage's estate, you would have to go through the merchant district. So you'd see this. A few stalls and a fucking house are just straight they have lots of fire damage. They're not entirely destroyed, but they have lots of fire damage. Freaking.
So I'm just gonna assume this was Mike's and Caleb's campaign.
I mean, yeah. You can kind of assume that
as a player, you can assume
as a thinking human. And it's shit. Even as your fucking character, you can kind of figure that. You could probably, to a certain extent, deduce that freaking that they had something to do with this. This is fishy, but freaking So
as we're walking by the charred out stalls, can I just sniff out, see if I smell anything in particular? If I would pick up anything as the cause to the fire.
Yeah, freaking just make a general. I don't know. Fucking.
I made a perception check.
Yeah, perception. Go for it.
I got a 21.
Okay. So just as you guys are walking by, you look. You just sort of look at the fire damage that was taken by those by the merchant stalls and whatnot, and you see that there's one stall that one of the bigger ones on sort of the south side of the merchant district, just the entire tarp behind it is just burned away. You can tell that and then the fucking sort of top part of it is just still there, just charred off. So you know that the fire was started sort of at the you can deduce that the fire started at the base of this tarp, and that it's freaking it's sort of like going up and freaking and there's a house like a sort of like a house that's a little bit to the west of that stall, and there's a couple boxes of like. There's like a stack of boxes of grain that were to the left of that house that sort of just like were like destroyed and fucking set on fire. As a result, part of the house also got caught on fire. But you can see, looking at the damages, you can tell that the guards got it under control in a decent amount of time, to the point where nothing was permanent.
Huh. So I'm kind of looking around this, and I'm saying like, well, if it started from that tarp, it's on the inside. And the sun rises in the east. Yesterday was Monday, and a train's leaving at 88 miles per hour. I'm sitting there, I'm not saying anything, I'm just kind of like looking at it, like knelt over. I don't know if they kept walking or if they stopped. But I kind of get up and I yell over, and I go, hey, Shimazu, where's the cat?
I don't know, I haven't seen him.
Gotcha. And I just keep
Where's
walking.
the last time you saw him?
Last time I saw him was
Yeah.
I think yesterday, right?
Man, it's like having
No,
a B+ Sherlock and like a D- Watson.
It was last. It was last night, right?
Oh, are you asking me?
Like actually, yeah. Like the
like
thing happened last night.
Yeah, it was when. Yeah, it was the night before. It was that night, but I mean, obviously, you don't say that.
Then yeah, I saw him yesterday. Didn't you?
Me, nigga, no. I was getting drunk.
You saw him. You guys showed him.
I want to smell NG.
I mean.
Okay,
what
I'm
was
that.
You say I smell.
Yo, it sounds like Mario Kart just started.
Make a fucking. Who is that? You, Orlando, with your bitch ass headset?
Yep.
Freaking.
I mean,
yeah, freaking. What do you want? You're gonna try and smell him?
I'm gonna smell him.
if he comes to sniff me, I'm gonna like fucking kind of like halfway unsheath my sword.
I'm gonna. Oh, cool.
You think I'm scared of you?
I mean, I'm trying to freaking like, scare you.
Hey man, whoa, this is my personal space.
Yeah, do I need to roll something for this to?
Depends on what you guys are trying to do. Fucking.
I want to smell him.
I don't want him to smell me.
Damn, this is hot.
Alright, so
Heck,
opposed roll.
Can I grab Caleb and can I grab Caleb?
No, I like this. I'm gonna go with what they're doing here.
Switch up.
I mean, I guess you guys are intimidating each other, right?
Are we gonna like cross?
Is that what's happening? No.
I mean, if Caleb just tried to intimidate me to keep me from smelling him,
wait.
I would stand up to him.
No. So are you trying to intimidate Caleb?
No, I just want to smell him. I just want to smell him. Caleb said he wanted to intimidate me to keep me away.
No, yeah. You're trying to smell him, and he's drawing his sword.
Yes.
You want to stop him from drawing his sword, right? Do you want to deter him from doing that in any way, or are you just gonna keep
I mean, it seems like he's just threatening me. So like, if he's like trying to scare me, then I'm gonna try and scare him back.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't know if you were gonna try to do that, or if you were just gonna ignore the try to.
Oh,
entirely.
looks like we have the same type of skill. Care to compare dice rolls?
Yeah, that's what I think. Fuck it.
Right.
So.
Well, go for it, NG.
But I can't help but feel like it shouldn't be intimidated that Caleb should be rolling, given that he's on the other side of it. Something.
Oh well, hang on, wait. He's receiving it.
No.
No, he's trying to scare me off. He is the aggressor of intimidation.
Gotcha.
So I'm intimidating
I'm merely
him.
trying to sniff. If you like.
Orlando, what do you think about that?
Well,
reiterate,
so I mean,
Inuyasha was trying to. Okay, hold on. Inuyasha was trying to sniff NG to get a feel for the
like
what was going on.
Yeah, freaking.
Yes,
and that's a perception check.
That's a perception
Right?
check.
Yeah, that's what you made it for, right?
Yeah. No. He.
Okay.
No.
That perception check was to smell the barn or the burnt.
Ordinarily, I would say ordinarily an intimidation check doesn't affect players, but since we're having an opposed skill check here, you might as well play along with it, since you're not immune to fear. Basically, if he were to make the check, you would be like, okay, fine, I'll back off, and if you didn't, then you could just continue on with your perception check. With a
golly
one
gee.
and no bonuses. I think it's safe to say that you just like fuck.
Wait, what did you say? With a nat 1 and no bonuses?
Well, golly gee whiz. I think I'm gonna roll perception there, bud.
Go for it.
I'm assuming what he's saying is that with a nat 1 and no bonuses, he goes to
There's
draw a
no
sword.
way
He goes to draw a sword. You're like, yeah, it's tough. And he sort of grabs his fucking shirt. Just like,
He just walks up and resheathes my sword.
You go to draw your sword, but you somehow you missed and take out your fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 17. Okay. So you freaking hold up. Let me flip a coin here.
All right.
Oh, Mike, it is ODST
Okay.
that's next.
So you freaking you go to sort of smell him. It's just hit me that's not technically flipping a coin. I think because it's not. Is that true? I don't know. Fucking
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but point
Whatever.
is though, you grab him and you go to smell him, right? And freaking, he smells like fucking. He smells clean. Like he smells like he's freaking his like you look at his armor, his freaking his armor smells normal. His fur smells normal. Freaking whatchamacallit? And his freaking like just looking him up and down. You're not really detecting anything that like that would like assuming you're looking for shit like, oh, does this nigga smell like ash? Does this nigga smell like something? Does it smell like
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was looking for. It smells like smoke.
And he just smells like his same old monkey self.
Oh, but you know what else that means? That means that he was lying about what he was doing last night.
Well, no, because I'm saying he was clean, right? Like he's.
Yeah, but he said that what he was doing where did he go last night? And he said he went to smoke.
No,
But
yeah.
that means he's lying.
No.
Bitch, I took a potion. What do you mean?
I flipped the coin to see whether or not he would have taken proper care to clean himself after all of this.
Oh, I see. All right. Well,
I
golly
flipped in
gee.
his favor, so he has done this, and that made your check more difficult. Fucking as to whether or not you would have actually found anything, I don't know.
Oh, I
But
understand.
fucking, the point is, there's nothing incriminating him on his body right now that you can just get out of a perception check right now with what you're rolling. You're not getting anything.
All right.
Can I sniff him back?
He's sitting there like, I'm watching you. Water try.
Yeah, I mean, I just after I finish, I smell. I don't really smell anything, so I just kind of let him go, and I just keep walking. I say, well, let's hurry up.
All right, cool. And you guys just gonna continue the estate?
Yep.
That's why I want to do.
All right, one sec. Take a piss.
Of course. Your lucky baths exist.
Bro, if your character wasn't such a fucking snitch, Alex, we wouldn't have this issue. You okay?
I'm the
That's all
only
I'm
good
saying.
guy here. Every time you leave, a fire starts and someone gets hurt.
Nobody got hurt. What's the issue?
No,
The
especially
last
since
time
now-
somebody died.
Since now Alex
don't know
has
that.
put his word.
I do.
He's now put his word, his honor on the fact that you guys aren't gonna do some dumb shit. Fucking.
Yeah,
he's-
dude. Like, if you fuck around, like, I put everything on this. I put everything on this. Lore, I mean, RP wise, that would mean I couldn't use my weapon anymore if I was a bad guy. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna live up to that.
Yes.
Don't.
So what?
Don't. All right.
Don't
So
you?
I think that's decent enough time to go back to you. All right. So Coop, you freaking you're going to that gate. And you're gonna ask the guards, like, or you're gonna try and figure out in some way, like, what the. Oh, by the way, the person I neglected to tell you when or whatever, but the cleric said that this is something that would have happened like earlier in the morning, like freaking it would have been earlier in the morning that freaking that he saw this happen.
Gotcha. I want to first look for Trex. I want to make sure. Well, actually, no. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to her guard first.
Okay, so it's the same two guys happen to be on the shift who let you guys in here, and they're just like whatchamacallit? Do you say anything to him first?
I walk up and I snap and I point at him and I go, hey.
Alright, Elvis. But freaking he's like he just goes, well, hello to you too. How are you enjoying the city now that you've been here for 2 days?
It's marvelous. Though I am looking for somebody.
Yeah, go on.
Do you know What was the name of the church?
Church of Bahamut.
Church of Muhammad?
Bahamut.
Bahamut. Making sure.
Bahamut the dragon.
I'm looking for a halfling paladin. Carrying the sigil of the Church of Bahamut. I think that's what it's right.
You can call it a holy symbol.
It's called
Yeah,
Allah.
it's
Okay.
a holy symbol. Yeah. So freaking the guard looks at his buddy and he looks back to you and he's like, "We don't typically just give out information about the locations of our citizens and people who travel through our city."
How much we talking?
Yeah.
He goes, "All right." Like he smiles and he's like, "How important is the information to you?"
I'm willing to give you 300 GP right now to tell me where she went and what she was writing.
300 GP?
This means it's like that's like half a year's salary probably. Dude literally just like whatchamacallit. His eyes just like glow up. His boy was about to say some shit. His boy was about to be like, "Dude, come on, man, we can't." Then you said 300. He's like, "What?" And freaking so the dude straight up tells you he's like, "Yeah, the short redhead wearing gleaming looking armor." And he's just like, he's like, "Yeah, she rode out of here on a horse." Not
horse or
that
a
long
pony?
ago. Within like you said, it was within like an hour, like an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours, maybe.
How's your
Freaking
tracking skill?
My
I would-
tracking skill.
Yeah.
Shit. I stand here all day. I can't tell horse hooves from me mums.
Gotcha. And just stand back. Don't muck up the mud anymore. What should I roll?
Wait, what are you doing?
I'm looking for tracks.
You're
You need
trying
to work.
like
You need to roll perception to look for the tracks, and then once you find them, you roll survival to find.
Cool.
and I'm pretty sure you have bonuses to finding tracks.
I do. Let me pull that up. Oh no, I have it here.
I believe it's literally something called track.
Yes.
Oh my bad, I'm on your sheet. I don't want to move your sheet around. I keep
This
forgetting
is
it.
Brothers Grimm type beat.
Yeah, to follow or identify tracks. I get adds
half
half this
your
level
level.
to survival skill checks.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So do I round down? So is it +2?
Oh yeah, you round down. It's +2. Yeah, in addition to everything else.
So I'm rolling perception for correct.
You be rolling perception to detect the tracks. And it's yeah. All right, so freaking so yeah, you like. I was gonna say that you were given a time frame. You can use that as it, but you just kind of just aced it anyway. So you freaking you're just sort of where's the Gorthek right now?
It's behind me. It's behind me.
It's behind
It's,
you. So okay.
I what's it called? I notched it up before I approached the guard.
Okay, gotcha. So you're freaking whatchamacallit. So you're looking. This is a fairly well trodden road. Freaking lots of people going in and out of here, and you're able. You're looking at the tracks. You see human footprints, horses, fucking tinier humanoid looking footprints. Boots, tons of shit. But among that, you're able to, through your skill of just your raw tracking ability, you're able to discern specific freaking whatchamacallit. Oh, he would have noted that freaking that she left with a fucking pony. Like she was on a smaller horse.
Okay.
Freaking,
Also, did
yeah,
he
go
say where she was going?
He would have he told you that she left recently. And
But not where.
And yeah, no. And if you were to have asked, again, like you fucking bribed the guy. So if you were to have asked, oh, where was she going? Freaking or where do you think she was going? He would tell you that she seemed like she was in a rush, but freaking and she didn't freaking she didn't really freaking give too many details, but freaking when he asked her, hey, where you going, what's your business outside the city, all she said was that I have no more business here, so I'll be on my own. And freaking he just let her pass. Just thinks because she's cute. So freaking so he told you she's riding a pony, and she is going whatchamacallit. She is going north. And freaking shit, just rolled my fucking chair with my toe, nigga, damn! But freaking shit, dude, that hurts like a
Thanks,
motherfucker.
nigga, damn.
But freaking yeah, so he would tell you that with sort of like the sort of like grim look on her face, how quick she was moving, freaking he's just like, you know, she could have been going anywhere, but freaking all I know is that she left the capital and went north.
Does the guard know what's north of there? The roads, anything?
Oh yeah, so he knows that the main road north leads like the main road north leads like northwest and heads to freaking whatchamacallit, heads toward the border of Zazaros and Calestria. Which, if you wanted to know anything about that, he could ask him to elaborate. But freaking he notes that the only other thing north is the Foullands, and he just shudders and goes, God hope she wasn't going there.
What's north of that?
North of the Foullands?
Yeah.
Fucking just another region called Lakesh. And north of that
Is that the Sand Nigger region?
It's actually the reverse. It's freaking whatchamacallit.
Snow niggas?
Freaking I'll figure it out, alright? I'll figure it out.
That's the Hermdurnger region, right?
Jamal,
what's up?
would you be able to tell me if that's actually where she's going, or there's nothing up there?
So hold on.
You've noticed the tracks? Are you going to follow them?
I plan to.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that's something you'd learn once you followed them.
You have to make a survival check.
Great.
And let's see, what kind of flooring is it?
It's
ground.
like a low grass, like a slash road, like freaking it would be for a while it would be road.
Soft ground, firm ground, hard ground, which one?
Whatever's typical of a road in a time like this would that be hard?
It's up to you, man. I would say firm, maybe.
Firm, yeah, okay,
Firm.
that works for me. Yeah, it's firm. It's not just, like,
Then that's a DC 15, and it was an hour and a half ago, right?
Yeah, like an hour and a half ago.
So I can't think of any modifier.
Oh well, if there are modifiers by hour, rounded down to an hour.
Yeah, and there's a pony, so he's tracking the pony. That's medium size.
Yeah.
So that's no penalties there. Every hour of rain, there's no rain, no snow. Every 3 creatures, no group. So it would just be 15.
All right, roll survival.
Okay.
All right, so you successfully, you're like you just freaking like something. Your eyes just adjust and you just see the tracks. You got the Fable 3 Golden Trail, fucking going down the road. So freaking after a while, you go down the road for a decent amount of time. I'd imagine are you riding your Gore-Tex by this point?
Absolutely.
So yeah, so you're riding down the road, and it's what the guard was telling you. Like it's the road northwest leading to the border between Zazaros and Calestria. Calestria being like the more forested, swampier region of the I keep calling it Ashterra, but it's not really all Ashterra anymore. But it's the swampy forest region. So, and you're following that road, and the tracks stay on that road for a while. But then once you get to a certain point, the tracks stop going northwest along the road, and they sort of cut northeast, straight off the road, like just straight off the path. Frickin' and if they'd be freaking a little like going a different direction now, but you'd still be able to follow them. And you can pretty much deduce by this point, from as far as you've gone, that of the 2 places that guy said he thought she could have been going, she's going to the Foullands. And you don't really know anything else about the Foullands, except the fact that dude shuddered when the things you know about the Foullands are this. You know that the dude shuddered when he said, "Hey, I hope she's not going there." You know that Calvira, the Archmage, she has like sort of debilitations, like she has claws in her forearms, sort of like when she casts spells, her forearms like the veins in her forearms, and like she gets like scales around her forearms, and they just like go black. Freaking and you also know that Veshna, the barbarian that you guys fought, the bandit you guys fought, that when she raged, she had like sort of like undead features, same sort of things, black veins going through her neck, freaking, and pulsing through her arms, and that's sort of something that she drew her strength from. And during Calvira's whole like spiel, when she was talking to her, she pointed out that they're both that's somewhere that they both descend from. They both come from this place, and they both have deformities. That's information you would know.
Okay. Then I might as well just ride back.
Alright, you're gonna
Not
ride
trying
back?
to get jumped, yeah.
Alright. Then freaking, you can do that.
Welcome to the Foul Lands, fuck boy.
While you're riding back, let's go back to the mean guys. So you guys pull up to, you guys pull up to, Calvira's estate,
Yes.
and you just fucking knock on the door. You know, it's not like they're not expecting you. So, you knock on the door, and Softail answers the door.
I'm wearing a robe and I got a cup of hot milk in my hand.
Yeah. Freaking, one of your first this was one of your first tasks in your new position. Open the door. But freaking yeah. So you guys knock on the door and the door swings open. It's Softail. He's just wearing some night clothes and he's just freaking he's drinking some warm milk. And freaking he's got it in a glass like wine.
I've got a mug that says #1 cat.
Yeah. Yeah, you open you Softail, you open the door and you just see, your compatriots freaking all just sort of standing there, kind of seeming a little what's a word for not separated but like, not entirely working together? I don't know. We'll use that one. Freaking they're seeming a little discombobulated, freaking what's his face? Yasha's cutting his eyes at Enji a little bit, and Enji's just sort of sitting there playing it cool. You can probably figure out why. So, what do you say?
I look at them like, well, seemed I missed one hell of a party last night. I'm like, I will, come in, I'll, go get Ichabod. And I guess I let him in, then I go grab Ichabod.
Softail? Who is that?
My compatriots have arrived.
Oh, wonderful. All of them?
We seem to be missing the idiots, but,
Would you be more specific?
we have the monkey and oh wait, I don't know, and the one with the sword.
And the lizard boy.
And lizard, and the lizard as well. Basically, the whole circus is here.
Literally, the only one who's missing is Haywood.
I yell up. I'm like, we're missing the idiot that rides the big monster.
The whole circus is here.
Wonderful. The walking menagerie. Come
of the menagerie.
Come in. I will make you some tea.
Yeah, so freaking when you guys walk in, freaking like it's a fucking it's an estate. Think estate things. Think like fucking the type of shit you freaking see like in the beginning of Chronicles of Narnia before they go in the closet. Like freaking it's like that type shit. Pretty like it's a nice looking place. There's a lot of rooms that have literally no use. Freaking
I'm walking in here with bare feet.
Yeah, all right.
Here we go.
Are you?
Yeah, Inuyasha doesn't wear shoes.
Okay, yeah. So if you're wearing bare feet,
dog
then you know that.
How the hell do you put on bare feet? How'd you kill a bear?
Yeah, so if you're bare feet, then you're just an idiot. Then you know that the carpet is like, it feels like mad nice. Fucking, this is some fucking this is some authentic shit. Like, you curl your toes with each step. Like, oh, this is nice, bro. Freaking
Jeez, even Kagome's time didn't have carpet this good.
I hate how much effort you put into this song.
Kagome.
But goddamn, whatchamacallit, right? So you guys freaking you end up like on the way toward I guess it would be like a kitchen or something. On your way there, like you see sort of like in a side room, sort of like in a side room, just sort of like at a fucking long table, just full of scrolls and different tomes and stuff, is the Archmage just like perusing through tomes and stuff, and just like reading, just like very very focused in reading what she's reading. Freaking and she has like a map open up on her table too. There's a bunch of shit. She's reading into something pretty OD. But Ichabod continues to lead you, away from that. And if any of you were trying to stop to say anything to her, he'd be like, "Nah, get the fuck over here!" Like fucking, like don't interrupt her concentration.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
And
freaking,
no, that's
yeah.
my herbalist. That's my herbalist there to make some tea.
Yeah.
Nice tea.
Go for it. Are you gonna roll to make the tea?
I already rolled a 25.
All right. So you
The
make
key
some
to
tea.
both is proper aging.
All right. What does a 25 get you, person who's read multiples of tea?
I don't know, man. It's
That's
up
what
to
we
you.
should do.
Some bomb ass
It's up to
fucking
me.
tea.
Some
If it was up to me,
jasmine tea.
Freaking, I should
All
give
right,
orders.
fine. Like he gets some herbs and he like he fucking sets some hot water, pours tea for all of you. It's like a bitter tea that reinvigorates you and like what is it? Wakes you up.
All right, cool.
I have milk, not the
do
tea.
Do they get any like bonuses for the day because of the 25-year-old? It's just like
No, man. I'm just expressing. Unless you want me to look up a fucking herb to make it into a tea, which I can do. There are things for that, but I was just flexing.
I mean, I know some herbs you can include.
I'm busting your balls.
Okay, dickhead.
I heard a great herb to put in tea is tea.
Fine. You guys here. You guys.
He's like, you hope this is the white tea, which is deadly.
Want to fight me, bitch?
All right, so
Continue sipping
go
on
on.
my milk.
But anyways, that was it. He made some tea, sits them, and he leads them to the kitchen where the dining room, whatever, where they're going to drink it. And yeah. Okay, so your furry little friend here did a favor for me last night. No, I will not rephrase that.
I like literally like in the middle of like drinking my milk and I stop and I'm like just like look at you for a second. I go back to drinking my milk.
Come, each of you
I
have a
always
seat.
suspected that.
Come, each of you have a seat. Gonna
I
lay
sit,
out
I
tea
sit
for-
on the chair cross-legged.
Damn it, that's what I was gonna do. You fuck.
That's how I'm sitting right now.
Now I sit
Loser.
normal.
Oh, like a fucking weirdo.
Now I sit normal.
Okay, so do you know why you are all here?
Do I know why we are here?
Yeah, I mean, I forget how.
Pretty sure you know.
Which you would probably respond with, why the hell you showed up. You clearly had some type of goal when you showed up. But I mean, you don't have to say anything to that. But
Well,
emphasis on he didn't tell it. Like you weren't like specifically called here by anybody. Fucking.
Well, I'm saying I don't really remember why are we here.
No, yeah.
Well,
that's what I was asking. If you didn't know, I would just explain.
Nah,
the
I
situation.
don't remember.
yeah. Well, I guess I would make the comment that the last time we were together, we found out some pretty major shit's been going on in this town, and you already know that our main mission for coming here was talking to the Archmage.
Mm-hmm.
So our interests currently align.
Not necessarily. My primary goal is to protect the Archmage from those who would wish her harm. Your primary goal is to get Zajaris to rejoin the Empire.
Yeah, but we also found out a lot of people are selling your guys' information. And you just happen to stumble across a band of adventurers ready for killing people that are bad.
Indeed. Now I'm sure I don't have to remind you what the letter we found in that bandit camps means, do you? Do I?
Well, you don't have to remind me, but maybe my friends here forgot.
To know that.
Go on.
I'll skip to the simple explanation. In order to actually know the trade routes well enough to give such directions to bandits, most likely, someone has information that only a member of the council would have access. Which means that it is possible that a member of the council is the one leaking the information.
Which obviously has very, relevant implications about your guys' mission, of course.
So, you seem like a pretty smart dude. What have you been thinking about with this whole scenario?
Well, I am thinking that we should not. That the devil is in the details. We should not miss anything important.
By the way, if at any point this conversation hits a point where you believe Calvier should be there, you can go fetch her.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Now, first off, we bring our shall we say number one suspect with that whistle, he's gonna call over Veshna.
All right, she's gonna freaking like freaking she's gonna just like you just hear like the fucking this sort of just increasingly like louder fucking thumping footsteps. And Veshna turns the corner. She's wearing some fucking like some like okay looking like civilian clothes that like she's clearly not really too comfortable in. And freaking but the thing is like it looks like she should be wearing shoes or something, but she just has her bare feet with her fucking ugly ass toenails.
Yeah, she doesn't have like we never healed her with magically, so I imagine she still has injuries.
Yeah. She still has injuries. Like she'd have bandages on her and whatnot. And she literally like ducks into the doorway a little bit. And freaking and she's just like, what have I told you about whistling for me? I'm not a dog. I'm not an animal. And then she looks at the table like, no offense.
I grin.
Good, you're here.
Oh.
You clean up nicely. Yeah, I made you some tea.
Alright, she's gonna freaking sit down. She's gonna take a sip of the tea, just sort of like just fucking make like a sort of freaking what do you call it? She's sort of gonna wince like too sweet, and then she's gonna like keep drinking it.
Now, for context, this is the same half-orc lady who nearly kicked your guys' ass back at the camp.
Yeah, can I make a comment at her before we keep talking
sure.
again? I lean forward a little bit, grinning, and I say, "So the warrior princess is all dolled up."
Jesus, I don't think it was that funny.
She freaking
I'm talking. She beat my ass. I'm talking all the. I'll still talk shit.
She freaking what you call it? She turns to you and she's like, I'm not one for words, never have been. If you want to take this outside, we can. And then freaking as she says that, she's sort of just like she's freaking like she's just like looking straight the fuck. She's gazing at you mad hard.
First off, you're not going outside because you are wanted. If you want to take this anywhere, you can take it upstairs. There's plenty of space there. But before we do that, Veshna here was a prisoner for how many nights now? 2 nights. And during those nights, well, let's just say that we learned something interesting. Tell them about your experience.
She freaking she drinks some more of the tea and just cuts one last gaze at Inuyasha. And then she goes, it's pretty simple really. For 2 days, I was in the dungeon. And I was tortured by the warden, Arkham, the half-orc who leads the Legion.
I'm just waiting for expressions of surprise, or like am I?
Who was also a member of the council, and you guys know that that's the same freaking orc. Anyone who who hasn't seen him, you know that's the orc that you saw in the square, helping the flyers.
Half-orc.
So, yeah, bitch. But yeah.
Sort of an important detail.
But freaking so what do you so do you guys have any reactions to that? Do you care in any way? Does that provoke questions? Or do you just want to keep rolling?
No, yeah, we can keep rolling. I don't have any
All right.
questions with that.
Now,
Jazz. You like
Now
jazz?
yeah. Now then, if you are curious, now then, Khajiit Softail, do you have anything to add? This is basically him asking, do you want to tell them that you're the one who broke her out or not?
No, I'm just gonna be like, no, I'm just sit there and like, and from what I heard, it was extremely difficult to get her out. Not many people could have pulled that off.
Yeah.
It's like they're probably the most skilled heister I've ever seen.
They probably got a huge barbed dick too.
Oh, it's
Gross.
Ew!
Jesus Christ.
Ew!
It's Orlando to say the things no one else will.
Wait, I growl a little bit and I look over at Softail and I was like, "Did you have something to do with this?"
I like pick up my cup and I just like take it like I exaggerate my sip. I'm like that is preposterous. Whatever do you mean?
I love when he says preposterous in that fucking accent.
That is preposterous.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if he's doing that on purpose, but that's exactly what you do every time you
On
say that.
purpose.
Oh god damn it! I was gonna say.
But
So,
yeah,
Okay, so
He's
seeing
not
he's not gonna,
suspicious.
he's not gonna
Everybody
spill.
here, goddammit.
Yep, he's not gonna spill, but I'm not gonna spill it. Now, how she got out is not as important as what happened to her while she was incarcerated. Torture is not allowed under the laws of Zidraros. Occam broke the law, and his purpose for doing so is also interesting, as he was doing it to find out who it was that was leaking the information to. Now, of course, we know that Veshna does not know. Occam did not believe her. So this tells us, seeing as he would not expect anyone except Veshna to know about the situation, and maybe some of his guards, that he does not know who the traitor is, who leaked the information, that is, if there is a traitor. So that means we can write him off as suspect, unless you have something else to add.
Is he for the thing?
This is a good time for Calvira to show up if that's the question you're gonna ask.
Look, if you have questions about the council members, Calvira can answer them. But right now, we're talking about.
I mean, that was more of a question for Jamel, because you said that. Was he like one of the people that's for the?
Yeah. So freaking, you could, freaking. Actually, no, you weren't in the dungeon. Yeah. So freaking, like, yeah, you wouldn't really know specifically, but freaking, you could probably deduce though, just given like his freaking how much power he has here, that he probably would want to keep that power, and freaking, he would probably. The first instinct would be to think that that he's someone who would not be for rejoining the Empire, but obviously that's not necessarily a fact.
I lean forward and I say, so you're saying to cross him off the suspect list, but why do you think he was asking Veshna? Was it just because he wanted to protect this noble place, or did he just want his hands in the pot?
Well, it's hard to say. Calvira, if you were to ask Calvira, she would say that he had noble intentions. You know what they say about the road to hell. I would say that he was trying to make a legitimate investigation, but he was barking at a dead end.
Yeah, because every person with noble intentions tortures a half-dead or half-orc.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad she's not here for this.
All I'm saying is that we shouldn't cross anybody off.
It is off. If that is how you wish to think about it, then very well. Suspicion, a healthy amount of suspicion could go a long way in here. But the point being, he was willing to break the very law he's meant to enforce to get his way. However, that gives us an advantage. Originally, when I intended to, shall we say, get in contact with Veshna after she was arrested, I did not believe that Occam would be directly involved. And had he not gone to lengths of torturing her, that would have been a. But seeing as he has, and now he is involved, that sort of cancels it out. Let me explain. Ordinarily, Calvira would not have the power to pardon a criminal like Veshna, guilty of banditry outside the walls. However, Veshna is from the Foullands, and moreover, she is a magical source. That means she is a magical anomaly, and thus under the authority of the Archmage.
I see.
Do you all follow this?
For the most part.
If you guys want to put this in TLDR terms, I can.
Yeah.
No, I mean I get it.
All right, so TLDR, right? They Veshna was broken out of prison, right? The warden is fucking, she's broken out of prison and like literally broken out of prison. The warden's trying to find her, and you now know that no one else knows this except for his close guards and obviously Veshna herself, but that he was torturing her down there. No one else knows that's what's going on. That's something that doesn't typically go on here. And freaking he crossed the line in doing so. The idea here is that they could bring you guys, like, obviously she's a fugitive, so it's hard for her to be useful because she can't go anywhere. So if you guys bring her to the council, under the guys that she's turned herself in or something, freaking, because she couldn't get out of the city, because again, getting out of the city would be pretty difficult. You have to go through one of two fucking gates, and someone was here. So freaking the idea is that it's possible to bring her to the council, and on the basis that one, Occam was torturing her, which is something something that's a line. That's a line he's crossed. That's something that's not legal. And two, on the basis that given the fact that she is from the she's from the Foullands and has some sort of she is quite literally a living magical anomaly, that she would be under the jurisdiction of the Archmage as opposed to the Warden as a fugitive. Based on the fact that one, he was mistreating her, and and two, Calvira could probably make more use out of her. You could use that. The idea is that you could potentially use that as a basis to pardon her in some way, right? Or to at least get it so she's not a fugitive status anymore.
Yes, but
that obviously has a number of advantages.
Yes, my intention was to offer Veshna a job in helping to protect Calvira, but that is not a simple matter if she were a fugitive. It is even more complex now, but I think we can work it enough. Even if Occam wants to do something, he wants to do something about it. He crossed the line.
So is this something that
But
do you guys fuck with this?
Well, wouldn't you guys not want to turn him in yet to find out who the traitor is? Because he's not.
Well, it's kind of like you have leverage over him, so you can't really argue against that, or else you'd reveal he broke the law.
That's the thing about Occam is he would not respond to underhanded matters. We've seen he's willing to break some rules to get his way. It is probably best not to test him and approach him directly. Mm-hmm. But if we were to put what he did into the light, in doing so, we would likely force him to comply.
Unless, of course, you say if you think fuck that, I want to approach him directly. Then by all means, go for it.
Yeah, but is Occam's Legion are they loyal to him alone?
I mean, that's the thing people say. Freaking like when you talk to freaking to Richter, that was his exact words. Make no mistake. Yeah. The Occam's Legion serves the people because Occam serves the people. That's the only reason. Freaking
So if he goes down, does the entire Legion fight back or go down with him? Like what?
That's an aspect of it. If it depends on what you're going for. The goal of this plan is put yourself in a situation where it's not like Occam's gonna freaking he broke a rule, but it's not like he's gonna get locked up for it or anything. Freaking it's like all it would do is give leverage to sort of pull the rest of the council toward the side of allowing Calvira to handle Veshna, and Veshna being one of the closest leads to this entire situation. Freaking that's something that'd be advantageous. That's the idea. But I mean, there are stipulations, like you said. Freaking, how would Occam's Legion feel about him being put on trial? Freaking, or him being accused of anything? Freaking, right. These people aren't pledged on that. That's something also to think about.
Yo.
Also, freaking, just to go back to Coop real quick. By this point, if you were freaking making your way over here, freaking, it would make sense if you freaking, do you want to go there? Was that one of your things you would do, or would you not?
I'll go there.
Yeah, because I mean, you'd figure that's where they went. So yeah, you just to make things quicker, we'll say that at this point in the conversation, or in the point of the conversation, right before that they described the plan or whatever, we could say you showed up. Freaking
Gotcha.
So, but if we got too direct, wouldn't that pretty much put Calvira in Occam's sights? You'd see her as an enemy, more so than a political one.
Here is the thing.
Yeah,
Calvira and Occam are actually quite good friends.
Yeah, they are very she actually mentioned this during her whole thing with whatchamacallit, with Veshna. She mentioned him by name, but you guys didn't know who he was at the time. But out of all the council members, freaking he's the one that she's closest to. So freaking
yes.
One of the
Yeah, I wasn't explaining in character, but
go for it.
Yeah, so she sees him. I personally don't know the relationship myself very well. It's not like I go out of my way to see to all her relations, but I think she sees him as a big brother figure.
Nissan, I get it.
The fuck is that language? Yes, whatever. But yes. But yes, so that's why I think Occam will. If Calvira puts this forward, he's not going to push too hard against her.
All right. Well,
That said,
that means that we can move forward with our plan.
That said, the reason I'm bringing you here is because your little group is apparently invested in Zedra politics now. I believe one of you could come with us during this council meeting to attend. One. Looking at all of you, if this would be an easy choice if any of you were a less animalistic race.
I can wear a hat.
I can pass as a human.
The literal crocodile seems like, yeah,
I don't know. Tell me when Coop gets here. I don't know when he gets here.
Yeah. So Coop's here now.
He just walks in. He's like, oh no, by all means.
Yeah, I just walk in and I go, hey.
Who the fuck left the door open?
No.
Fine. Here, he just gives him some tea. Now, yes, it is true that what was his name again? Haywood.
Haywood, you below me.
Yes.
He does look the most human. He's also proven to be the most dim-witted.
Well, that's not true. But just my low charisma. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying.
I believe I do.
Yeah.
Well,
that end,
if you need someone to pass as human, aside from everyone else, I can cover up some of my features.
Necessary. That is not necessary. It would just help. But that said, I don't have the authority to bring you into the council meeting. That's on Calvira. So I think it's about time. I think it's about time we involved her in this conversation.
Alright, so
Calvira.
Freaking, she literally like no response. She's like so focused she doesn't hear you. Fucking. So that's like quickly just like one moment. Just go leave the room. It freaking just like pull up out of
at this point, the Gorthek is the best diplomat to bring in.
The Gorthek's done nothing wrong.
He's not better. He's certainly not worse. But freaking what's it called?
It's not our worst choice.
Real quick, while Ichabod's gone, I want to go over to Khajiit and kind of say that like this whole Calvira thing doesn't work out. We could just drop fucking what's his name? The fucking militia guy.
Oh, Occam?
Yeah, we could just replace him. We could just replace him with somebody who's, more inclined to join the fucking allegiance,
Like I said, freaking like this.
Does anyone else hear that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care. Like, I'm just saying, like we could just replace him with somebody who's like more likely to join the Legion. We can just be done with this.
How?
You guys are having like a local round table right now, and he just pitches that. Freaking.
Just saying.
Alright, so I kind of like snap back with that. I'm like, we're already fucked things up this bad, now you're suggesting we kill one of them?
What? I didn't say. What? No.
Yeah, you're talking to this cat mercenary right now after you come around from a night of, I've just been doing whatever, and 2 fires blow up.
I was
Don't
doing
give me that
drugs.
bullshit.
What do you mean?
Yeah, drugs called arson. We're not messing anything else up. We're sticking with Calvira. We're doing what's right, and we're not getting more radical bullshit.
I'm just saying if it doesn't work. Who are you
If it
loyal
doesn't
to?
work, then we go back to Adam and say everything fucked up. But that's how it goes. We're not fucking around with this entire place's political system.
That's exactly what we were saying to do! What do you
one person, not everybody else.
No, this was just the
We're not taking on
way.
more danger onto ourselves.
Oh.
Our job was to come here and try and convince this one person. Yes, excuse you, Ichabod. One second.
One thing that I'll
really?
One thing that I'll say before Orlando jumps in here, right? Your goal. You had three stipulations. 1, that Zadros rejoins the Empire. 2, that the Archmage is not hurt in it by in any process. Like freaking that's specifically the words he said. Freaking whatchamacallit. It's definitely like 93,000% more important that freaking whatchamacallit, that Zadros rejoins the Empire. That's the vibe you would have got. And he pointed to the Archmage because the Archmage is the person who had an undecided vote. He figured, it might be easy. It's definitely easy to just walk in and be like, okay, convince this one person, this young person, to do something different, and that's all we got to do. But if you just by some chance somehow get other members of the senior members of the council to change their votes, then yeah, that's just as effective.
But that's definitely not what this monkey bastard was saying.
That's exactly.
He's not saying we go over and have some tea and convince him of our politics. He was saying we replace him with someone else.
Fucking Occam tortured people. We could get him kicked off the council and replaced with somebody who's more in our favor. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, and then we have a radical warrior with an entire legion behind him.
How do we
why don't we put Ichabod
the outsiders? The outsiders come in and take control enough that we can put someone in his spot. Like we have the control to put someone in their spot. And, like they're not gonna do it. Like
I have the man for the job.
Who's that?
Your boy Richter, man.
Dude, this is like when Leorio goes on a hunter into the fucking president.
Oh my god.
Leorio almost wins hunter president.
If you guys don't know because you didn't watch their solo session, Richter's a random drug addict that Caleb talked to who happened to be a former guard and has a bum leg.
Oh my god. No, I was thinking, who's the other guard that you had us meet that was like retarded? He was from the other town though.
Yeah, freaking
he was from the other town though.
Like Edgar or something.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, I was like, if we could bring him in as like a diplomat, I'm totally down.
So,
anyway, real quick before we move on, I kind of like sip my milk and I drink my milk and I go, well, as much as I'd love to test my might against that brute, I think we should stick to the plan at hand right now.
So, doing drugs, were you? Tell me, how was Ileana's best?
I don't think I got her best. I wouldn't be here right now if I did.
Well, if you see her again, tell that hack I said hello.
Yeah, he's good. You can tell from that he's got some beef with Ileana.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Alchemist beef, bro. Let's do this.
Alchemist beef.
Yo, we got a side plot where we get Ichabod's drug business back up and running.
Yes, I've tried her. I'm surprised she didn't just try to mug me. But anyway, by the way, Veshna's here the entire time. I don't know if she's talking.
Yeah,
she's here.
Yeah, she's not like big one for she doesn't use many words. She's freaking she spoke in she speaks when it's necessary. She definitely would have been listening though. So they're back now. So
did you still want to bring one of them with us to the council meeting?
Freaking she's crossing her hands and she's like sort of like not really. She's pulling on Miss Wisebroad. She's like not really like making proper eye contact with anyone individually. Freaking, she's going out of her way to avoid looking at any of you straight in the eyes. And then she's her gaze often drifts to the floor and she's just like, well, one of them perhaps, any of them definitely not. And freaking and then she's just being very blunt about it. She's like, she's just like, not the monkey, not the cat, and most certainly not the animal, or the crocodile, fucking the lizard, freaking and she goes, what do you think of the last two? And she's like straight up saying this, like not even trying to mince words. Fucking,
well,
the last two being Haywood and Inuyasha.
Yeah. Inuyasha does seem to be the most forthright. In politics, there are advantages to that in politics, especially for us at this point, considering who they are in relation to us. Although this Haywood, was it? Is that a northern name? I don't.
That is a good question, and for some reason Numeria rings in my head, but besides that, I have an idea. Why don't you speak for me?
I'm sorry?
What?
Who's going into this council room with them?
One of you.
One of you
alongside. One of you.
Not you,
obviously, it's a council meeting, right? They can't bring your whole posse, and it's already going to be very minimum. Ichabod, Calvira, maybe not. Maybe I don't know. Ichabod would probably be there. Yeah, he's her bodyguard. So
Ichabod's be there because he's a bodyguard.
Yeah, he's a bodyguard, but he wouldn't
really. This is the Kage Summit.
Yeah, it's Ichabod, Calvira, and freaking Veshna.
Veshna's coming, but again, Veshna is the subject of the meeting. She's not. She's not like. She's never there.
Yeah, and I'd like to note that Ichabod talks a lot for Calvira outside of the court, but in court, she's the one who talks because obviously she's going with the position. Freaking
Wait, so what's our overall goal here? To just have them like use this?
Our goal right now is. Sorry, go on.
it's just to get them to give over the fucking to pardon Veshna, right?
Correct. Pardon,
That's
more like to shift her or legally speaking, I think it'd be more shifting her the authority of her incarceration to Calvira.
Who would then put her to use in different ways.
Yes.
All right.
And that is something that would be for sure advantageous, considering she's one of the bandit. She's head of one of the bandit groups, freaking, who is specifically tied to the main problem this region is going through right now. So if you guys had her on your side, if it came down to tracking down the other ones, it would be easier to do so. There's a number of reasons why she would be valuable to have on your side.
All right.
But you can't.
Alex.
That's not possible.
Yes.
With the way.
Are you confident in your abilities
I believe in Alex.
Which abilities?
to fucking convince them?
Hey man, I'm a shonen protagonist. I'll find a way.
What's your charisma?
15.
Yeah.
Solid.
To specify why we are bringing you there, we would be bringing you as the ones originally responsible for bringing in Veshna, and our intention would be to assign you further into this investigation of the bandits.
Mm-hmm.
We believe we believe the angle we have should be enough to shift authority of Veshna's captivity.
Who better than a battle survivor to
Can
let them know about her use?
Can she absolutely only bring one person?
Freaking that's the thing. Freaking that's the current plan. Freaking if you want to make the pitch to bring more, then you could.
Yeah, I would like to accompany Inuyasha.
And freaking
I wholeheartedly reject that.
And she doesn't you're one of the ones she doesn't like the most, because she was one of the ones you warmed up to the most when you guys were just like, hey, yeah, we're just kind of here to fucking use you for politics. So she immediately just looks at you. She immediately just looks at you and she's like, and why in God's name would I bring you?
I won't speak unless I'm absolutely needed, but I'm not confident in his abilities.
Okay. So freaking So you're just straight up saying you're not confident in his abilities. Well, freaking she was there for the entire the whole off the cuff Inuyasha speech he went on. So she's just like I have more confidence in that one than I do in any of your band.
Okay. So what? I mean, what does it hurt to have an extra person just in case?
It hurts. I know. Court isn't your strong suit. It's not hers either. But she's feigning that. Freaking she's like, court isn't your strong suit. But once you're in court, once you hold an important position like the one that I do, you understand that when you speaking out of line and saying that and choosing the incorrect words is something that is very costly when it comes to making change.
The fact
You
that
seem like
explained
someone
that to me, she failed her charisma check.
No, but freaking something about something about you makes me feel like you wouldn't excel in that environment. No offense.
Like I said,
Maybe it was the way you antagonized that paladin you were traveling with.
I mean, stuff gets heated after you save two helpless.
Alienated, really.
After you save two helpless individuals from a giant orc.
All right.
That halfling did help you, and she did get her guts sent outside of her body during that fight.
Well, again, every time that's mentioned, you just anyone who's looking at Vesha just sees her crack a slight smirk.
Yeah, the halfling wasn't the issue.
Makes me happy.
Anyway, I mean, if you don't think it's the best idea, that's fine. I'm not gonna argue this. I just think that two people are better than one.
So I say I'm not much when it comes to politics. I said, but that means that I can. But if this works out and I can have another duel with her, and I just point back at Veshna, and I kind of shift my eye Ichabod for a second, and I can keep my word, then I'd be happy to join you.
All right.
Any more argument?
Yeah, freaking yeah. Does anyone have anything else to say about that?
Nope. Nah, I just want to keep my.
Nice. Alright, so
just my birthday to shake hands.
Yes. Paw.
Give the paw.
So
Guts with a claw swipe.
So Calvira is still reserved, but she lets her crossed arms sort of fall to her side now. She opens herself up a little bit, and she looks to you what you call. I suppose that'll work. You'll come along with us for this. But I warn you, do not speak out of line.
I understand.
All right, so that's the current. She's gonna freaking She's gonna say that what you call it?
I'm used to getting bossed around by magical girls.
But she's like, the earliest we'd be able to bring this, or the most convenient time to bring this up to the council would be during a meeting that they are going to hold in a few days. In a few days, they're going to convene to talk about the arson that went down in the city some days ago. That should, like many other criticisms of the security of our city, go off pretty quickly. Arkham is criticized, and he typically gets fairly angry about it, and that states that. As much as I she sort of like stops for a moment. She's like, as much as I hate to say it, he might not entirely be the person that I thought he was, and it would be advantageous to call his character into question while the other members of the council are already doing so.
Yep, Ichabod's gonna put a consoling hand on her shoulder.
So it is. Yes, that's not an easy decision. Freaking but so far that's the plan. And at the council meeting in a couple days, freaking where they're going to talk about the weaknesses in the security and the arson. She thinks that that's the best time, just political strategy wise, to come get Arkham canceled for
Arkham canceled.
So
you better get me too.
Yeah.
Said Black Lives Matter, but didn't donate.
Yeah, word.
You just posted a black screen.
But freaking
Hey, I don't see a black screen on your history here. Where is it?
Before these jokes get too out of hand, I'm gonna pull the reins in a little bit, and we're gonna freaking.
I was gonna ask a legitimate question when you're done explaining.
Go for it. Yeah, but yeah, that's.
Oh, I was gonna say she probably does. So she would probably Calvira, by she probably wouldn't know about any of the current investigations about like the arson or anything because that's not like her department.
Yeah, like the person investigating the arson is
would be Occam.
and his legion.
Okay. All right, gotcha.
Yeah.
So then,
I asked them.
so I'll wait to say anything until.
Legion, that sounds fucking awesome.
I say.
Sounds pretty cool.
I go. I take my final sip of my milk. I've been milking this milk, you know what I'm saying?
Babysitting it.
Yeah, babysitting it. I take my final sip. I said, well, if we have to wait a few days, do we have anything to do in the meantime?
Yeah. Do you guys have anything to do in the meantime? Like anything you
I'm
guys
asking.
would wanna...
I'm basically asking Ichabod.
Hmm?
You got any jobs to do in the meantime?
Ichabod, have you ever
Wait
heard
for
of
this
a
meeting?
Shikon jewel shard?
You're retarded.
Where I can find one?
Get out of here. Forget
I look like a fucking jeweler. You know,
Oh, shit.
which one of you was talking to Eliana? I haven't said hello to her in a minute. I think we should go pay her a visit.
Why? Okay.
Yeah, we got some fucking beef. Let's do this. He just hands you a Tech 9. Okay, remember, do not stop driving.
Hops on the back of White Claw.
So forget what's it called?
All you
That's
had to do was follow them.
so that's something that could definitely happen in the in the days prior to the council meeting. If Coop, if you wanted to, go on more of your scouting bullshit, that's the time. Freaking, it's a few days. So freaking, so it's entirely like, if anyone has anything they want to do in that meantime, if you look how much gold you have, how much gear you're rocking. Fucking, if you want to make improvements to your shit, buy things. Freaking, you can do that. Freaking, I just wanted to.
I was just gonna hang around the estate.
That's perfectly fine. If you have nothing to do, then you're just doing anything until the day comes. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, if there are any chances to have any RP moments with either Calvira or
that's
Veshna.
So who's going in the council room? Alex and.
Veshna, Calvira, and
Yeah.
Ichabod.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So freaking were you dead ass about going to the freaking to Eclipse?
Eclipse?
Ichabod is, yeah. I don't know if you can actually convince anyone to come with.
I'll
Yeah,
go. Fuck it.
I mean, just keep in mind, if I go there, I'm on her side, man.
Don't know. Don't even
What kind
know
of
what that
beef are we
means,
going
but
to
okay.
fucking try and deal with?
Yo,
That's
this
what I
is
want to
gang
know.
shit.
Oh, just want to remind you that I'm a better alchemist than her. That's all.
That could be under the guise of like, you know, you guys, like if you guys are going and like, you know, one of you guys wants to just like, you know, pick a like, you know, Caleb's got it and go to her, you know, friggin' maybe she give you some discounts on some potions or something. If that's something you'd want to get into.
If we're gonna just go shit talkers, not wasting my time. So I guess I'll just wait.
Oh,
I guess I'll just go out to, you know, just do my normal training regimen until the day comes.
Alright, that works. Alright, so Caleb, was that something you were in on? Yeah, you were down for it?
No.
Alright. So if none of the players are involved, I'll say that's something you did.
Yeah,
You know, yeah.
we hear gunshots from downtown.
But yeah, so if everyone's just doing this thing, Coop, did you want to pursue like into action and inquire about the Foullands at all, investigate into that?
I
at
do.
and ask anywhere.
I want to
specifically
ask Ichabod
about
Yeah,
Foullands?
what?
about the Fairland.
The Foullands. I do not know much about this continent strife. I do know that Calvira has some connection with it, and she mentioned that Veshna does as well. You would do better off asking one of the two of them. Of course.
Very true.
Of course, getting Veshna to open up, to talk about anything is going to require.
Oh, I know something I want to do in the days in between. I'll let you finish though.
Alright, cool.
Yes, so you'd have to, and Calvira doesn't like you either, so you might have to do some convincing to talk to either of them, though.
Why is Calvera not like?
She doesn't like any of you. Do you recall that?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But why is it you are asking after the Fallon? Maybe depending on what you mentioned about it, she might be more inclined to tell you.
That paladin. She's also on a quest for Adam. It would probably be beneficial if we were to work as one for both quests.
What does the paladin have to do with this?
A similar. I mean, I don't know. No, she's on another job with.
What does she have to do with the Foulland, stupid?
Oh, she went there.
What?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'll go and ask her. as well.
Thank you.
Alright, so let me just keep track of my shit here. So things going on during the days in between. Where Coop and Haywood and Ichabod are asking about the Foullands, asking Calvira about the Foullands. Probably mentioning the halfling there, the Foullands there. Freaking what you call it? So that's happening. Mike, what did you want to do?
I want to see if there's a way I can I want to try and use these days coming up to try and scout the council building. I want to see if there's a way I could listen in on the meeting.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I was disappointed you hadn't mentioned it earlier. So yeah, freaking you can that's something you could roll climb and perception. This is something.
Climb.
Bro, he gave us that Joker laugh.
You just asked a bird to fly.
I have Mike roll climb checks as a formality. Freaking
I want to roll a nat one of these times.
25 was. I mean, even then, skills don't work that
Still
way.
get a 16.
Oh, they know?
16. Yeah, freaking But yeah, so what you called? Yeah, all right, so you're effortlessly able to climb on top of the building, and it's an octagonal, a large octagonal building, and freaking
roll perception.
And up top there are windows where wait, what'd you say?
I said, did you want me to roll perception?
Oh yeah, no. This is stuff you just know. Freaking So it's a large octagonal building, and you climb it effortlessly. Freaking this is something I'd imagine you'd have waited till a little darker to do, so you ran to climb the council building, and freaking but yeah, so freaking you see it's got windows up top that you might be able to look down in, but freaking nothing really gives you a proper angle. But yeah, roll perception. All right, so you see that sort of in the sort of on the sort of north side of the building, there's a part of the window on the very top part of the building where there's sort of a few stones loose sort of like in that area, and you sort of just you just like mess with the stones a little bit, push them in, and you see like there's a very tiny like gap through which you believe, like, you know, the gap's less tight than the bars you slip through, so you think that like, you know, if you really wanted to, you could probably just like slip in there.
All right.
And freaking and you know that you can see that area sort of overlooks the council hall, and if you were to keep yourself low, you probably would be detected.
Alright, I just want to do a test run and like get myself in position and like do everything.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. So you slide through and freaking and you're in there, and you notice that immediately when you're in there, like it's a huge open like hall, and like and you're sort of on like a balcony that's sort of overlooking down on like a circular room, and sort of in the back of that circular room is like is a just sort of, I'm trying to think of the they're like stands, and like one of them is in the center, and it's a little bit higher. Then there's 4 to the left and 4 to the right.
Okay.
Freaking and you know that's the you could deduce that that's like, you know, the seat of the council. Freaking there are like, you know, there's a lot of like, you know, there's a lot of seats in front of it where like, you know, where they would probably hold like open forums and whatnot, and you know that goes back to a door in a large like well-made door in the back. But one thing you definitely notice at the moment you're in here is that no one's in here, no one's saying anything. Every single noise you make seems to just reverberate off the walls. And you know that if you were to be too particularly like you understand that it would be a lot easier to get noticed here making noise than anywhere else.
Okay.
Just because of how loud everything sort of is, not reverberating off the walls.
I want to see if there's a way, or there's a place where, well, it's just one room, right? The council room?
No, oh yeah, the council room itself is one room, but the building itself has many rooms.
I want to see if there's another area I can, well, once I get there, all I have to do is not move, so I just have to not fuck up my stealth check.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless, I mean, no one's here, it's fucking night, I might as well look around a little bit, see if we can find a better spot.
Alright, so freaking,
this roll good.
I mean, freaking, whatchamacallit? You look around, and like the balcony sort of like, you know, and again it's a balcony. The only exit from the balcony is a door that's like freaking that's like on the other side that you would imagine goes downstairs, and that door's locked. And freaking whatchamacallit? So and you're on this balcony, and like you would have to like it's a decent drop. So like you're like, okay, like if I want to investigate further, I would have to come in from a different.
I'll just leave it as is.
Okay.
I want to do something to, actually, no, I'm not gonna, no, I'm gonna leave the door. Yeah, I'll just leave. I'm like, alright, this is where I'll come. At the very least, I'll look in on the conversation if I can hear.
Okay. Alright, cool. Up next on the list, Coop and Ichabod talking to Calvira. What do you guys say? She's just sitting there, and she's just doing work.
Ichabod, I trust you to get the information that we both require. My charisma is only 6.
Bro, he looks at you and says, bro.
You gotta be a bitch, bro.
Yeah, he looks at you and says, bro, look at my charisma, and he gestures to the scar on his face!
Fair enough.
But anyway, it says, it says, actually, you want me to learn anything? Sit down and shut up. Calvira.
And she like again, like you have to call her a second time before she actually looks up from her work, and she's like, "Oh, yes, what is it?"
Do you recall that the halfling woman that was accompanying this Monte crew earlier?
Freaking, you just see sort of like the horror of her with her fucking entrails on the ground, and sort of flat, like glaze over her eyes for a second. She's like, "Yes, I recall her."
It would seem that our tracker here, he's within earshot. He's not hiding the fact that he's within earshot. Managed to discover that she made her way toward the Foullands.
Immediately, she's like, "What? Why has she gone there? Did she mention anything to you? Have you talked to her?"
No. I was going to try and talk to her for the same reason I brought Veshna here, but it seems as though she's already absconded. If what they tell me is true, they were assigned by the I forget if they told me everything about her.
Yeah, freaking, I'm pretty sure Khajiit talked to you about, you know, where they found her, how they fucking, like, you know, how it was originally,
yeah, no,
you know, one of the missions to get her, and then, you know, how she ended up here in the first place.
Yes,
but, you know,
yes.
So you know that.
Yes, if they were assigned to find her by the Emperor, now she's on the way to the Foullands. I honestly can't think. I don't know much about it. I can't think of an immediate connection. Can you?
You know, so she's sitting there, and she's like, she's sitting there, and she has a grim look on her face, and then she looks back to her work. She looks back to she looks at the papers and the maps and the books that she has on her table, and she's like, well, she most certainly, I wouldn't put it past, she most certainly will find plenty of targets there for her, you know, fucking her like smiting and whatnot. Freaking somewhere where she wouldn't entirely be ill-equipped to handle herself, but she took a nasty blow. And then she just sitting there is like, she looks back to her tomes and the papers in front of her, and she's like, what I'm currently, a personal investigation of mine involves somewhere in the Foullands, something that I failed to look into properly while I was actually there. And then she's in there like, and then like she looks at Ichabod and she looks to Haywood, sort of like and just like shakes her head like whatever, like he can be here. And then she looks back, she's like, the only thing of note that I know about that I believe is in the Foullands is a specific artifact that has the power to control the mind of dragons. And freaking
Oh, that's great.
And she mentions that. She mentioned that, and then she goes, given that she's a paladin of Bahamut, and then she looks to Haywood. She's like, and she just sort of like sighs. She's like, you knew her better than I. Is that something you think she'd be interested in?
As I rub the back of my neck, like, nah, we didn't really talk much. You know what I'm saying?
Are you bluffing here, or are you just being an asshole?
I'm bluffing.
All right, freaking so what do you think you act like if you weren't bluffing, right? What would you say here? Like, so what are you withholding? Just so I know what you're playing around.
That we were keeping her sigil.
Oh, and
out of the blue after she died, it was revealed by NG.
And oh wait, no, she was there for that. She saw that happen.
Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of what triggered the whole her not liking you guys.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you don't remember that whole scene where like she blew up at us? She found out the truth of our mission. Fucking.
That was the main reason I freaking that's the main reason I asked what you were withholding, just in case it was something along those lines, something that she would have known her. But yeah, I mean, if what you're withholding is whether or not you suspect that she would, you know, that she would have an incentive to go there.
Oh wait, but would I know that she had a similar thing to Veshna?
Who?
Would I be able to recall that off the top of my head?
Oh, that Calvira has similar shit to Veshna?
Yeah.
Or the halfling.
The halfling.
We don't have to recall it. She said as much.
Yeah. So the halfling doesn't freaking doesn't have any sort of like anything to do with her own body. That's like that innately would say that she would be from the Foullands, or have anything to do with the Foullands. But you do know that she's a paladin, and that you know what a paladin's job is, and you know that this place is the antithesis of where a paladin would probably want to be. Like there's tons of evil there. There's tons of negative energy. Freaking that's something that she's sort of explaining, and freaking so that's why she's like, if she's going there, like in the thing Calvira's been researching is like I said, it's an artifact that that if obtained and utilized could allow someone to manipulate the minds of dragons, and freaking
sounds something like that would enter Softail.
If she was, you said you found her in a cave, right? If she was, how long how would she know about this?
What do you mean?
He's asking. Go for it. I'll let you further explain yourself. Unless you're asking Calvira, who are you asking? You're asking.
Yeah. I mean, how recent is this information?
Oh, like so the information she has, right? About this artifact. So she's like she's like, well, this is something that I heard about when I was a child. For reasons to do with her backstory that Ichabod knows that she's not going to disclose her, but they would. Freaking she's like, it's always been something of a regret of mine that I've never returned there to properly secure it. That if that possibly fell into the wrong hands, someone could wreak lots of havoc. She's like, I knew about this artifact when I was a child, some 10 years ago. But and then she's like, I'm sure it's existed for a long time. And then she's sort of referring to the different books she's reading. She's like, It's mentioned in many different tomes, recent and ancient. It's something of great power, and I feel like it's part of my duty to obtain it. Now, maybe it's just the fact that I've been looking into this, but she's a paladin of Bahamut, is she not?
She is.
It's highly suspicious that she's going there.
Could have something to do with the dude who broke out and then TP'd away. It was like, deuces.
TP.
It could, but freaking that wasn't mentioned in Ichabod or anything. They don't know.
I know they don't know about it, but I'm just saying, like me, I'm saying that like out loud. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, technically, in her fit of rage, she was talking about like, how could you let him get away? Like she said it. She was being vague. Like, how could you let him get away? You guys knew what she was talking about, but they didn't really inquire about it. They were too busy figuring out what the fuck was going on. What the fuck was happening? Fucking, they're like, what's going on? What's going on? But freaking, but yeah. So that's the position that So yeah, Coop, that's what she says. I mean, like, and she goes where the circumstance is different. I'd immediately want to go after her, try to make sure she was okay. But here on the homestead, there's more important things to be doing. There's a traitor I suspect a traitor on the council, and as much as I'd love to be investigating something, investigating something from my childhood, I'm a member of the council and I owe this city.
Isn't she like 16?
Yeah.
Child, nigga, you still a kid?
Yeah, right, she was a kid. Technically in this world, she qualifies as an adult.
Yeah, I know, but still.
Like, freaking, but yeah, she's still very much young, and that is very much the vibe you were supposed to get from that. That she's someone who's like kind of grown up a little faster than she was supposed to.
That Avatar plotline.
Anyone interested in going out there with me who's not going to be at the council meeting, so we can try to go with find the paladin and get that artifact to get favor for from this archmage?
Well, all you know is that it exists. Freaking but you don't really know like where it is or anything like that. She hasn't disclosed anything about that, but she's
I know it's
she
general
has
vicinity.
Information. Yeah, she clearly.
And
has
I would imagine the halfling that would know if she's going out there.
Yeah,
right.
Find her.
Probably. I mean, if that's why she's going there, you guys all know that I'm not above red herrings.
Dude, Coop is gonna come back to Calvira and be like, "Hey, so I murdered that halfling and I got the thing. Does this make us friends?"
He's literally young Beth Smith.
Like he's just holding the halfling's like fucking head in his hands. Like, does this make us friends? Are we friends now?
I'd go out there and get it, but not for the reasons of gaining favor with her.
No, because
oh god.
Sorry, I was taking a piss. But yeah, freaking So yeah, you gathered that information, and I'd imagine that's how that situation would resolve. She mentions that like that's something that's out there. That's something that she suspects that she might be after, as well as her. That makes that a high priority on her list. But she's not going to do that now. There's more important things to do. And that's how that conversation would sort of fizzle out. Unless there's anything very specific that you wanted to ask.
No.
All right, cool. So I believe that was everything, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. Alright, so we can get into the exact details of how you guys are gonna go about the council meeting now.
Okie dokie.
Here's my exact detail. I get there about an hour before anyone else shows up.
Yeah, it's something that would happen like early in like crack of fucking dawn, like early in the morning. Freaking especially since
you can just sleep in the room and then like when they come, just be like, oh shit.
Yeah,
it's not a bad.
Yeah, like you pulled up at like 4 in the morning. Freaking imagine he sleeps through the freaking everyone showing up and his snoring is just echoing off the walls. Like, what the fuck? Nah, but yeah, like Softail, you get there fairly easily, like freaking, and you put yourself in that position.
Yeah, I get myself early, start meditating before everyone gets there.
Yeah, so now this would come down to Inuyasha,
Harel.
Inuyasha and the rest of them and like what they're gonna like freaking Inuyasha, Veshna, Ichabod, and Calvira and like what you guys are gonna do, as opposed to what the rest of you are gonna be doing. Freaking I'd imagine that since this is a council meeting that like is going on, and it's about freaking whatchamacallit, something that is, you know, it's about something that concerns, you know, the very freaking it's something that really concerns the city. So people know that it's going on, even though like it's happening like sort of behind closed doors. So freaking you know, you could just sort of like be keeping your ear to the street to see what people are talking about it. Pretty much, freaking unless there's again anything else specifically that you wanted to be doing in the meantime. But I mean, I'd imagine you'd want to be on call just in case anything went bad. And that's talking to the rest of you who aren't Inuyasha. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Silence is agreement. Awesome. So freaking whatchamacallit? So yeah. So whatchamacallit? So this is you know, it's the morning of. You guys have Veshna sort of with you, and in like whatchamacallit? I'd imagine you have her bound.
Just like a basic pair of manacles, not
Yeah,
don't want to
yeah.
like make it work.
It's not like freaking super tight chains or freaking
It's a nice little rope.
costume. It's just some shit. It's like in front of her, not as opposed to behind her. You know, she's not being like detained or anything. She's just being like
Yeah.
You know, she's a fugitive, and you're treating it that way. It's a formality. So freaking and I think this is a good time to change the music.
Come on, bro. I'm getting groovy.
Yeah, can we change the goddamn Jeopardy music?
I got it.
Alright, that works.
In the corner body.
Alright, so forget so it's the morning of the it's the morning of the council.
Can't hear your mouth.
You guys are on your way to you guys are on your way to freaking nothing's more interrupting than the sound of someone entering and joining or entering and leaving.
Listen, I'm
Discord.
sorry, alright? You
It's okay.
started talking and then it stopped, and I was like, no, I can't miss the details.
Yeah, I got you. So freaking so you guys are it's the morning of the council meeting. You guys are you know, it's you guys are sort of waiting outside the door. Freaking you know, there's some guards around. There's some like, you know, politicians, secretaries. People are like, you know, people whose job involves being in this building often. And a lot of, you know, freaking as you guys are walking through, freaking it's like it's sort of the opposite of how things sort of roll when Ichabod's around, where like freaking, you know, when you guys met them when you guys were out, found Veshna. He sort of spoke for her. He talked. He always talked first. But when you guys are here, she's the one who's speaking, like freaking freaking immediately, like she walks in, someone's like, oh, like Archbishop Calvira, what are you doing here? And freaking and then she's like, you know, we weren't expecting you today. And she's like, yeah, you know, I had business with the council. I'm taking this prisoner and I'm going to speak. People respect that. People respect her authority. So, and that's something you notice. So, she's you guys are walking toward just down different hallways, and you eventually hit the large sort of nice looking door before the entrance to the council room. You like she puts a hand to it, and she just like she turns around and she looks at you, Inuyasha, and she's like, "Are you prepared to meet the rest of the council?" Is that a
Well?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm just gonna. I'm like, well, I'm as prepared as I'm ever gonna be. I'll follow your lead, Archmage.
And she goes, more importantly, and her gaze sort of drifts to like over your shoulder, like she's not making proper eye contact again, and she's like, "Are you prepared? Are you prepared to be on Occam's bad side?"
I grinned a little bit and I said, "I've been itching for that."
She sort of like takes like a freaking like a quivering breath, and like just in sighs, and then she's like, "All right then. As I said, try not to speak out of line." And she freaking
Yes,
she's gonna turn.
Yes, it is bad. It is bad enough we are going to be pissing him off. You don't want to give him an actual reason to do something about it.
All right, so
Can I make a comment at that?
yes,
Like,
Yeah.
get her like breathing like that? And I'm like, well, listen. As much as it might suck, you are a member of this council just like everyone else. You have just as much authority here, whether or not people want to throw all this political mumbo jumbo. Walk in there with the confidence that you deserve. I'm gonna make a little like out of my breath comment, like I'm not following around. I'm not following around some kind of pussy.
Yeah, so freaking you like you right after you say that. Wait, what did you say?
Ichabod doesn't say anything. He does that thing where like he goes behind her and like makes that that exaggerated O face like. Oh!
And he fucking
But he makes no
poggers.
noise.
So when you say that, she you notice that like her posture improves slightly. She doesn't say anything to you, but like she's like her posture improves slightly as she opens the door.
Ichabod's not gonna correct that one. You gotta take that yourself. You gotta fucking take it and grin. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. So freaking with two hands, she pushes the door open. The first thing you see in the first second video is sitting in the center chair in the top center chair of the council seats is a really grisly looking dwarf. Freaking if you've seen dwarves before, he looks old for a dwarf. Freaking this man seems like he's like dwarves live in this universe to be up to a couple hundred years old. Freaking he's old for a dwarf. He's an OG. He's been around for a while. You can tell that just when you look at him.
He's a real.
He's got sort of just like a tainted like think old Seamus, like sort of like tainted freaking like speckled with dark freaking like sort of like orange type like beard. It's like more of an auburn type beard thing he's got going on. Freaking sitting directly to his right, a seat below, is freaking whatchamacallit? So a step below him is an older man. Like I said, he looks in like he's like late 60s, early 70s, who is wearing a sort of like very, very ornate looking priest getup, and he's like more than that. He's got jewelry on. He's got freaking.
He's got that drip.
He's got that. He's donned out in some. He's decked out in some pretty like good looking shit. Freaking you can tell it's not ordinary priest wear. Freaking the seat to the right of him, sitting there, is a halfling, who's sort of just like who's sort of like sitting like leaning back a bit with like her like arm on the armrest, just like playing with like a coin in her hand, and freaking and she's got sort of like a dark ponytail, and freaking and just like ordinary like noble clothes on. And on the other side of the dwarf is Occam, who he's mid conversation, right? Freaking oh yeah, and I forgot to mention the seats are sort of like it's like a half circle. Like they're not just sitting laterally, like it's a half circle, like so they can actually see each other.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's a decent amount of space between each of the seats. They're not sitting like shoulder to shoulder. There's like there's a decent amount of space. It's like sort of like a round table type thing going on. Freaking so sitting to the other side of the dwarf is Occam, and he looks very like he's in his armor, freaking full armor. He's not wearing his helmet. Freaking whatchamacallit? He literally has a sword on his back. Like this man is freaking or like not on his back, but like next to the chair. It's a big sword on his back. But it's like next to the chair. Like this man like literally just like pulled up in his armor and sat down in his seat. He looks partially uncomfortable. He looks like a little like fidgety whenever he's sitting in the chair. Like and he's so big that he just looks like he doesn't even fit there. It looks like he shouldn't even be there. And freaking so the moment the doors open, Occam was sort of like mid conversation with the dwarf and the rest of the council. You can tell that the halfling looks a little tuned out of it, and the moment you guys walk in, Occam sort of like his eyes sort of like light up a little bit, and he goes, little sparrow, you're late. And then freaking what's it called? She doesn't really Calvira doesn't respond to that, and she keeps walking forward, and you guys, Ichabod files in behind her, and Inuyasha behind him, and behind you, Veshna. The moment Occam, the moment he's got sort of like a what a grizzled man like himself could the closest thing he could have to a smile. Just immediately the moment he sees Veshna, it just vanishes, and Veshna sort of makes a deliberate eye contact with him, like sort of like challenging that. and immediately he freaking he like he rises out of his chair so fast that like his chair literally flies back into the wall and his sword falls over. And then he looks at Calvira and he's like, Calvira, what is the meaning of this? Why is a fugitive in your company? And she just she stands her ground. She doesn't immediately respond. She continues walking. She continues walking forward, and she sort of just directs Ichabod and Ichabod, Veshna, and Inuyasha. Like she directs you guys to sort of just stand in front of the council table, like with like Ichabod on the left, Inuyasha on the right, Veshna in the middle. And without saying a word, Calvira goes and takes her seat next to Akam. And he's just like eyeing her with a fury the entire time. The moment she sits down, she sort of just like dusts herself off, folds her hands, and she looks up to him. And she's like, that treachery is the very thing I'm here to discuss today. Whatever you lot were talking about prior to this moment ends now. We're here to talk about crimes that have been committed by one of our own. And then immediately the halfling who was on the right side, he wasn't really tuned in. She sort of like flips the coin she was playing with and catches it in a hand and like looks over in like a curiosity. And then freaking the priest just reacts to her. He just sort of like he just sort of like, oh, the little girl's talking again. Like he just freaking just like rolls his eyes. It doesn't, and like just sort of tunes out a little. And the dwarf keeps a neutral expression, and he just simply turns to her and makes eye contact. So she goes, recently, the half-orc standing before you, she's the head of a bandit group that's been antagonizing our city, that have been attacking our supply lines, as you know. That is the source of much of the strife in this region. And like, and most of them nod in response to that. And again, Akam is still like fuming. Like he's like looks like he's not even sitting anymore. He's just standing at his thing, because he hasn't even gone and got his chair back. And freaking
a real orc stormcloak.
And Calvira looks to Akam and she goes, the Legion was delivered, this woman, by a group of adventurers who have entered the city recently. Adventurers from the land of Ashterra, a neighboring region. A region that we, prior to our secession, prior to the murder of the old emperor, that we used to be quite close with. They've come here on their behalf. Those adventurers have done us a service. They've delivered us an asset, information that we wouldn't have been able to obtain had they not shown up. Akkam's Legion is in no part not responsible. They're involved, but the things that Akam did to her, and obviously, like, you know, these are the scars and stuff are still on her face. It's still very obvious. Like, and freaking she says, the things that he's done, I cannot condone in good conscience. And then freaking like Akkam's like the moment she mentions the torture, his gaze just sort of drops a little bit. Freaking so then he's immediately he's gonna get defensive. Again, still standing. He's like, oh, preposterous. She's a bandit leader. Look at me. I have scars too. And the moment he says that, Calvira motions to Ichabod to sort of, you know, he treated her to explain the details of her like, you know, her injuries.
He steps forward And like as he's doing so, he stands Veshna up, and as he's like he's talking about certain injuries, he's gesturing to different parts of her body that have been treated. He says, the most obvious to begin with, bruising on the left and right sides of the face. Most likely barehanded strike wounds. He then gestures to her torso area. Says, several cracked ribs, minor punctures in the lung, leading to ragged breathing, and coughing up blood. He's gonna like turn her around and lift her hands. Says, dislocated digits, torn ligaments, the use of a thumb screw, I believe. And let me think. I'm trying to think of what torture devices they keep in.
I mean, I will note that most of the damage that she suffered was him. Like he's not like it's not sadism. Freaking he mainly freaking used his hands and like parts of his like anything his brace or shit he would have had on his person. He wasn't really like sitting there like the knives like cutting her ears off.
Turns her around. Several lacerations on the face. The use of a small blade. This is up close. No defense. Several missing and chipped teeth. Need I go on? Kavira?
And then freaking she goes, no, I think that's enough. And then she looks back to she looks at the dwarf and she goes, Chancellor Vividum, I truly believe that what went down what went down in our dungeon is a crime, and it doesn't properly represent the ideals of the Zajaran people. Torture isn't something that we partook in for decades. It's not something that's been a part of our method. It hasn't been our methods, and Arkham knows this. And then frickin' and like he's sort of Arkham's sort of like trying to deny it, and frickin' at one point he leaves a hand like a hand on his freaking on the desk in front of him as he's like sort of like goes like he's furious, like he's raging. He goes to make his case, and the dwarf sort of just again he's kept a neutral expression this entire time, and he looks down to the left and he sees he just looks at Occam's like his sort of like his knuckles and like his hands, and he just sees like how much battered they are, how much more battered they are than usual. How like they've clearly taken some kind of like there's evidence on his hands that he's been brutally beating the crap out of someone for like hours on end, like in the past few days. And he just looks up and like he just cuts Occam off midway through making his case. He's like, Occam, look me in the eye. And then freaking he just sort of like and like I'd have to know like Occam's like really like he's like he's standing right now, and he's like sort of leaning over, but like with like the sort of the way the seats are organized, he's sort of like at kind of eye level with this guy when he looks to his right, and he's just like, did you torture that girl? And freaking and Occam just sort of falls silent, and freaking he's a man of his word. Freaking he's someone that's it's hard for him to lie while looking someone in the eye. And so when Occam doesn't say anything, the halfling on the right side of the on the far right side of the council, the seats of the council, she just sort of looks over and she's like, ooh, Occam's been naughty. and then freaking he just sort of screams. He's like, silence, freaking and then like she just sort of giggles a little bit, and freaking what you call, and then freaking Chancellor Vividum looks back to Calvira and he's like, Calvira, what would you propose we do? What do you propose, Archmage? And then freaking she's gonna she sort of says everyone. And she stands up, and she walks over to Veshna, and she sort of like asks Veshna to sort of like sort of like pull down certain parts of her cloak to like show parts of like her like where it's obvious that like she like part of her body is undead. And she goes and then Calvira sort of like rolls up her sleeve and like shows like the the part of her that's similar. And she looks to the Chancellor and goes, This half-orc is from the Foullands. As you know, so am I. It's a place ripe with negative energy and evil forces. It's like, as the Archmage of the Zadraos region, what was once Ashterra, I propose that I take this half-orc into my custody. That I be given her reins, and I can investigate her. Perhaps learn more to further our knowledge of the Foullands. Knowledge we very much need. And I think, and then she sort of just like looks to Occam for a minute, and they just sort of make eye contact, and you just sort of see Occam's face just sort of like drop a little bit. And she goes, and I believe that the Warden has proven himself incapable of handling this responsibility. And the Chancellor Rivetum looks to the he looks to his right, looks at the other council members, and he goes, Tiziana, Clovis, what do you two think about the situation? And Tiziana is sort of just like that's the halfling. She's sort of just like now just like really leaning forward and just like she has like a dumb grin on her face, and she's just like, oh, I think Occam deserves to be punished, don't you, High Priest? And then freaking the old man Clovis, he looks back to her and he's like the man probably wanted information out of her. He's like, I can hardly blame him for treating her the way he did. But the fact of the matter is, it is against the law. At the very least, we should heed the young Archmage's words. And like you could tell he's saying that reluctantly. It's not something like he would normally admit. And the Chancellor Bodum just looks back to Occam and he's like, Occam, I've known you for a long time. You and I are you're the third most senior member on this council. We fought in battles together. I know who you are. And I know you wouldn't do anything like this unless you thought you had good reason. The council won't dole out explicit punishment, but we will turn the half-orc over to the young Archmage. Take some time to yourself. Reevaluate. And remember the law that you stand to uphold. Don't forget it. Without order, what are we? And then freaking Occam just sort of like hangs his head, and he's fuming right now. It's like that feeling when you've been arguing with someone for an hour and 30 minutes and they make a good point. Like he's literally like he's clenching his fists, and then he just sort of smashes his fist into the desk a little bit, leaving like sort of a mark. And freaking and he goes, so be it, Chancellor. And then he looks back to Calvira and he just goes, you've made your case today. I surrender to the will of the council. And freaking what you call it, Calvira just looks she doesn't like really make proper eye contact with him, but she does look she looks towards the Chancellor and she just sort of nods. And she goes I'll have my bodyguard take the half-orc back to my estate and ensure that she's kept under control and under wraps. Freaking whatchamacallit. And then she's like, I'll take my seat back on the council and we can continue speaking of the things you were speaking about. And freaking whatchamacallit. So she goes over, and she just sort of takes her seat back. And do either of you want to say anything now? Like this is sort of the situation. It's sort of like the tail of that conversation. Does either Inuyasha or Kabad, specifically Inuyasha, is there anything you want to say to add to this? To sort of help?
I'm not really gonna say it out to like the rest of them, but I assume that now that it's done with examining Veshna, I would be moving to her side at her seat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as we're walking over, I would kind of nudge her arm a little bit and say under my breath and be like, "Nice one, kid."
So the council has not dismissed yet, has it?
No, the council has not dismissed, and they're not going to. It's just that Cal is going to take she was late to a meeting that was happening for a different reason. So she showed up, and they're going to go back to talking about the things that they were talking about previously. Whatever this matter is resolved. That's what I'm saying. For it's resolved, if there's anything that you two feel should be mentioned beforehand.
About the Veshna situation.
Yes. Or anything else really that's worth bringing up, but most likely the Veshna situation is.
I think that's covered everything. She's a source, so she should be under the Archmage's jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. Okay. Nope. Says I believe it's time that our prisoner here got proper healing. I held off merely to show the.
Okay, so what's it called? Right as you guys are sort of getting ready to bounce, the chancellor looks to Inuyasha. Again, neutral expression. This man, he's not really, his face doesn't really reveal much. And then he looks to you and he goes, "You there? Assuming you're here because you're part of the party that brought the half-orc to us. Is that true?"
I turn around and look at the Chancellor, but as I'm doing that, I kind of try to make eye contact with Calvira to be like, "Is it? Am I free to speak?"
Yeah, she as you do that, she nods.
Okay. I look up at him and I said, "That's right. I'm part of the party that brought in Veshna."
He goes, again, neutral expression. He sort of puts a hand and sort of strokes his beard a little bit, and he's like, "The information we seek, we stand to gain from her capture is very important to the situation going on in our region currently. I take it that since you're in the company of our Archmage, that you understand the situation. I won't bother explaining it to you further." He's like, "Do know that your actions do not go unseen. The region thanks you. The council thanks you. You can be on your way, if you have nothing else to say."
Yeah. I'll say, well, don't mention it. I do have one thing to add, though, before I head out. And I kind of lift my hand up and just kind of do a thumb pointing at Calvira, and I'll say, "Your Archmage is pretty sharp. I'd say you give her a bit more credit around here," as I start walking out.
And he looks to you and he's like, he looks to her and again, neutral expression. He's like, "Yes, I do believe it's time we give the young Archmage." And then he sort of just stops with that language and he goes, It's not time we give Archmage Calvira more credit. Bold of you to say it, but I agree 100%. Well said, adventurer."
Well, thank you. Well, I say, well, if that's all, I'll head out. And I head back out the door.
Yeah, and that's I have nothing else to say with that. So and Calvira's going to remain in the council room for the remainder of their meetings, and they're going to talk about things.
Does Calvira want Ichabod to bounce now and take Veshna back, or no?
Yeah. That was meant as an order for you, to bring Veshna back to the state and keep her under wraps.
Okay, so as he turns, he's going to make eye contact with, what was the halfling's name?
Oh, the halfling's name, Tiziana Quinn. Yeah.
Tiziana. Gonna make eye contact with Tiziana. Wink at her and then go. And then go.
Fuck's sake. Freaking.
Oh boy.
She absolutely like rolls her eyes. Freaking. I like that.
So even though I leave the room, I'm still gonna hang out outside of either outside of the room or outside of the building, wherever I'm allowed to, until this meeting is up.
Okay.
What are you waiting for?
Well, considering we just got on the bad side of of a potential homicidal maniac, I want to stick around and make sure things stay clean.
I don't think Oakham is insane, and her and Calvira were close before this. Don't think he'd do anything to hurt her.
Listen, you've never had a lover shoot an arrow through your chest.
This nigga's too good at this shit.
Well,
bar.
Are we talking emotional love or just physical? Because if we're just talking physical, then you'd.
I'm talking physical, emotional, 100 years, tree.
We're talking physical. That man arrows too much.
I was stabbed by a prostitute once. Does that count?
I was shot by a high priest.
Veshna is just standing there hearing all this.
She's just like, for God's sake, let the man wait if he wants to wait.
All right, I'm going to go now. He's like, oh, shit, I have to actually keep an eye on you. Great. You do know how to say. So we have a board game back at the house. Do you know how to play it? It's called I believe it's called Go.
It's called what?
Go.
Oh God, Veshna's gonna kill herself before she gets
Jesus fucking Christ. Freaking, she looks at you and freaking she goes, I'm not one for politics, but did that mean I'm free? If so, take my hands, unbind my hands.
You are not free. You are under Calvira's authority now. And though you've met the girl, I'm sure she'll be kind to you. There will still be repercussions if you're still running about town willy-nilly.
She freaking she just sort of like she just spits on the ground and freaking just turns away to just like get ready.
Oh come on, like the estate is the worst place to be. Walks her.
Yeah, she doesn't really have anything for that. Freaking. So yeah, so
you do want me to heal you, right?
Yeah, she's gonna shut up and stop digging a hole. Huh? So you do say as Inuyasha that you are going to wait outside the place. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. So if you're waiting outside the place, anyone else who was outside the place, their job would have been they would have been hanging around outside. So freaking
What do they talk about in the rest of the meeting since I'm still there?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that. So freaking so if the rest of you are freaking with Haywood and Brutus and well, Brutus is a walking fist. So, but freaking with Haywood, Brutus, and NG, do you guys want to inquire about what went on in the meeting, ask it from Inuyasha's perspective, or do you just want to assume that he fills you guys in?
I'm just kind of assuming that he fills us in.
Okay. Do you just fill them in, or is there anything that
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
You can tell them straight up what happened. All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys do that, and freaking so you guys you know about the what went down in there, and were you guys just gonna wait till the end of the meeting with Inuyasha, or were you gonna go deep? Huh? Oh, is my mic on?
No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like Caleb and the gang who's outside the place right now. Are you guys gonna go back to the estate to now plan your next move now that you've secured the leader of one of the bandit groups?
Wait, is Ichabod out? He's outside.
He's going on the way. He's taking Veshna back to the estate because he has to actually keep an eye on her.
Yeah, I wanna find you and tag along and ask questions about us going to the whatever that place was called.
Oh, so talking about the Foullands?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
I want to get that plan going.
If you guys would be going back to the estate, it's free reign for anyone to follow him back to the estate, since that's where you guys would be going anyway. But anyone who wants to wait with Inuyasha,
What's he waiting on?
He's waiting for the council meeting to finish to meet Calvira afterwards.
I will go back with Ichabod.
Okay.
I've got a dog's sense of loyalty.
All right, so yeah, freaking so I'm pretty sure Raph, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, did you want to wait or did you just want to head back to the estate with the rest of them?
I just head back. I'm bored.
All right.
He's like, I haven't gotten to punch anything all day.
The menagerie is following me.
Yeah, so freaking
You know, I hear that and I go back to Inuyasha.
I don't want to hang out with
are
you.
you gonna do that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. So you're waiting, Mike. Now you. So what you hear throughout the rest of the council meeting is them just talking about random issues throughout the city, right? Freaking mainly the fires. They're asking the treasure, like they're discussing what should be done about the loss of property. Freaking they're asking Occam about, you know, like they're still treating him like a council member. They're asking Occam about, like, you know, who he suspects, and he's talking about the fact that how it happened on the night of the night of a prison break, right? But freaking but he doesn't. He's not insinuating during these conversations that he thinks that these two things are connected. You know that he does for sure, but he's not saying that to the rest of the council. He's withholding that. He's saying, like, oh yeah, you know, the fires are going on. We had a prison break. This shit's crazy. Freaking but he's not saying, you know, I really think the fires were specifically connected. He's not saying that.
He's not saying that, but he knows it.
Yeah, but he's admitting that it was foul play. Freaking he's never talking about that it was foul play. That you know, the lock was burned off by acid. There was no way she freaking you know, broke out on her own. And whatchamacall, and like they sort of dismiss that as you know, some insubordination within the Legion. They they sort of dismiss it as like you know.
Does he give out any prime suspects or no?
Occam, no, but freaking the rest of the councils are sort of talking about like oh, you know, we think it's freaking we think it would have had something to do with freaking whatchamacall, you know, you know, how do you know it was someone in your Legion? How well do you truly know your men? They're questioning how well he knows his men, and freaking and that's something that like that you can tell really pangs like within him, and freaking it throws him off, and he's and you watch throughout the rest of the meeting that he slowly but surely begins to withdraw from the conversation a little bit more. Freaking but yeah, you know that the high priest, when he's talking about things, he's sort of saying now, he's like, hey, you know, like, I didn't really have any problem with you having tortured her. That is what it is. She's a criminal. She's literally the dregs of society. She shouldn't be treated with respect. But it is the law, you know? The law's the law. And freaking
Damn, it's a good thing I walked out before I started talking that shit.
Yeah. So freaking so like, you know, those are the main conversations that they're having. And towards the very tail end of it, the last thing that you'd be able to pick up is at one point the halfling, who you now from listening to this know is the treasurer. She's the one who chose the gold. She freaking she looks to Chancellor Vividum with like sort of like curious eyes, and she asked him, like, you said what you said about that adventurer. You thanked him for doing us a service, but do you really trust them? And freaking and the Chancellor he looks at her, and then he sort of he goes to stand up, and he goes, if we have nothing else to discuss, I believe this meeting is adjourned. He doesn't answer the question. And he calls the meeting. And, you know, after that, you know, they start to disperse. So that's what you get from listening in. So
okay.
Yeah. So on the way out, freaking towards the end of that situation, on the way out, you know, freaking each of the council members are leaving one by one, like they sort of like single file out, starting with the dwarf. And the dwarf, like, you know, Asher, where are you? Like, are you just sitting next to the door, or are you just freaking like hanging out at like a fucking local fucking shop or something?
No, I mean I'm like out, I'm chilling outside the door.
Yeah,
like, I'm outside the building.
So the moment you walk out, freaking you're sitting there, and then like you know, you're sitting now, so you know the dwarf is like he's taller than you by this point, and freaking the moment he steps out, he just sort of looks down at you, freaking looks you in the eye, and he just nods and he goes on his way. Freaking
He seems cool.
Freaking one by one they come out.
Cool.
Clovis comes out. The high priest Clovis comes out, and he just he just has like his hands in his robe, like his hand. He's touching his hands together, and his robe is like freaking like you know what I'm talking about. Freaking
Yeah, I know.
yeah, freaking yeah. So he's doing that, and he just sort of walks up, and he doesn't even pay you any freaking mind. He immediately just walks up. His head is up, and this man doesn't even look at the ground. And he freaking and he sort of just makes a left out of the council building and heads down back to the church. After that, Occam walks out, and he starts drawing up his horse, which would be nearby. Fucking big ass horse. And freaking he starts just pulling his horse together to get ready to ride back to the Ember district. And like so he's on his horse about to ride away when Calvira walks out, and she looks at him. And he looks at her, and they just hold like a long stare, and then freaking by this point, it would be like around like this is something that happened early in the morning. This would be around like 12, like it'd be like early afternoon. Freaking they sort of maintain like a sort of like eye contact sort of like battle, and freaking and like it ends when Occam just looks at her and he goes, "Be well, little sparrow," and he pulls his horse the other way, and he rides back to the Ember district, and she sort of looks at him a little longer as he rides away, and then she was so focused on that she didn't really notice that you were there, and then she freaking she looks at you, and like her face just sort of stays neutral. Like she doesn't really show any emotion, and then she just goes, "So you waited for me? How kind." Back to the estate then.
So since she's just being all business and like walking ahead, I don't really like make any real emotions. But as she's walking in front of me, and I said, "You all right with how everything went down?"
Freaking she just answers. She's like, "To be frank, no, I'm not. Suspecting one of the people closest to me of such crimes, knowing that it's a side of him I've never seen. It's going to take me some time to be all right. But thank you for asking."
I want to follow what the treasure. The treasure was the one that asked Arkham if you really trust them. Those adventurers.
The halfling?
Yeah, that was her, right?
Yeah.
I want to follow her back to her wherever the fuck she's going.
Wherever she lives? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Or wherever she's going now. Okay, cool. 1 second. Give me like 20 seconds.
No problemo.
1, 2.
You're on the clock, motherfucker.
Oh, I thought he was doing the fucking lollipop thing.
2, 3.
Cromch.
Okay. You know the deal. I'm washing my hands. I don't know what it is during these, but I gotta fucking piss a lot, dude. I'm like an old man. What the fuck?
No, the second I walked out of that courtroom, I went and took a mad piss. I was sitting here, I was like, I'm waiting for my dialogue.
You guys are conservative. I go pee before as I'm doing my RP.
Dude, no. It's fucked up, bro. But yeah, so.
Alright, so I would like to.
Well, I don't want to be standing in my bathroom and my entire family feels me doing the Inuyasha cosplay.
Dude, you know what's better is I have to do it, except my brother's sitting there and he's just hearing some really bad Spanish accent from the fucking
What were you gonna point out, Orlando, before I go to Mike's tailing?
What was I saying? What do you mean? What about what?
Oh, I could have sworn you said something like, "Oh, like wait, like I like to point out," or something. If you didn't, then whatever. All right, get fucked. So freaking. So, on to Mike.
Somewhere in total, Kieran just cringe.
so Softail's tailing, right? So you're you're freaking just sort of walking. You know what you're doing. You're following her, freaking through like it's like 1, 2. She heads straight toward the merchant district, and freaking what's it called? There's like a crowd, like right, like just the way the freaking there's lots of people. She's maneuvering in and out of them, and she moves in a way like just naturally, where she's just hard to follow. So in order to like actually like keep like proper eye on her, like a proper visual. I want you to roll. What is it? Survival to track someone?
To follow someone?
Or to follow someone? Yeah, like just to keep his eye focused on her in the crowd and stuff like that. And let's wait. How are you following her exactly?
Whichever the ways. I don't want to say. I don't want to follow her by rooftop because it's daytime and I feel like it's really easy to get spotted.
I was gonna say because the difference is that if you follow her by
like
rooftop,
a huge cat dude running around.
If you follow her by rooftop, it's easier to keep track of her, but easier for you to just hey, what the fuck are you doing up there?
Yeah,
So you're following her on the ground. So yeah, so freaking so what I want him to roll, Orlando, is something like just to sort of she just moves through crowds in a way that makes it hard to follow her through.
So she already moves in a way that's very stereotypical, right?
It's not like she particularly suspects that she's being tracked. She just always suspects she's being tracked. She always.
Well,
like,
it would be a take 10 on her stealth versus Softail's perception.
All right, cool. So freaking do I do that even though it's not something she's technically doing intentionally? Something that's just a passive way she moves?
Well, yeah, you say like it is intentional. It's just that she intentionally moves in a discrete way. So yeah, 10 plus your stealth modifier.
Okay.
Assuming you're using stealth, of course.
Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, sure.
And in this case, if he's directly trying to track the halfling, then he'd have to do perception.
He would roll against you, right? So roll his perception versus her stealth. Okay.
So her like, she's not rolling stealth. She's taking
10
because she's like, yeah.
Oh, because it's passive, right? It's a passive. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay,
yeah,
so
like in this case, it's passive because.
Yeah, because yeah, makes sense. Okay. All right, one sec. Put this shit up.
There he is, Jackson Mahomo.
Yeah, cool.
What about him?
Give me a sec. I had a sheet first somewhere, so just give me a second.
No problem.
How late are we going?
It probably won't be that much longer. Freaking
Yeah, why the hell did you get 500 likes? It's not 500. I got 7 likes, but the only one that gave me a notification for is Christina Clone. The fuck?
It's the
Yo,
universe, bro.
Nana, are you here?
Here we are.
What happened?
Bro, your tweet had me fucking dying, dude.
Wait, what?
The fucking beans? Oh my god, that was the funniest shit I've seen.
Tweet.
Dude,
Alright, there it is.
we're all hanging in there, bro.
Dude, that shit.
Alright, so yeah, Mike, roll well, we're gonna roll his perception. Yeah, Mike, roll perception for me.
I'll roll again, sure.
Oh wait, no, if you did already, then we're good.
Ah, damn it.
God damn.
16. Okay, so, you're keeping an eye on like the specific way she's dressed. She's a halfling. There aren't that many halflings in the crowd. It's pretty, it seems pretty easy to like keep track of where she's going. After a bit, she like you're just you see her like sort of like going to different shops and stuff, like talking to different people around the town, and then freaking she sort of like dips into one crowd and cuts a corner, and you suddenly realize that the halfling you've been following doesn't even have the same hair color that she does, and that you just sort of realize that it's like, wait, that's not even the same person. Freaking. And at some point, you mix her up with someone else who's in the crowd. If you want to continue to like try and find her and shit, you can. But that's gonna be something you're gonna have to spend some more time doing.
I'll do that. I want to see if I can catch her trail again.
Okay, so that's something you're gonna spend some more time doing. I want to go back quickly to the situation at the estate right now. What do you did you want to say anything specific? Either you guys are debriefing now. You're at the estate now, and whatever of you are there, and you got her back. That works. So, is there anything immediate that you guys want to bring up about that whole situation?
Yeah, so I'm probably just gonna be like, so what's the move now?
Freaking
We've got her. Like, what's our next step?
So Calvira sort of she's sort of still in like council mode, she's like not being as as just like fun and like fucking bubbly as she usually is. Freaking and she's just there and she's like, well, the next matter of business, and she immediately throws the letter that Veshna gave her on the table, and she goes, is this? I had to hold my tongue. Someone on that council is a traitor. She's like, and she's sitting there and she's like, the look I saw in Occam's eyes, that feeling, that look of betrayal that I had done him a great wrong. It truly makes me believe that he's innocent. But I don't know him anymore.
Damn.
I thought I did, but I don't. And then she's just sort of sitting there like so I'm not going to rule him out entirely, although I at least suspect him. But one of those other three, which could it be? And then she's sort of just sitting there and she's just lost in thought. She's like, that's our next order of business. Our next order of business is to root this problem out from. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
So freaking.
Fuck you, Stan.
And that's the next thing you guys are going to be planning is what the best course of action is about going about that. And Veshna would be around, yeah. So Calvira would turn to Veshna and be like, well, what information did you give Occam about the other ruffians, the other highwaymen out there plaguing our region? And freaking Veshna could look at her. She's like, well, I told him that my band was small. My band was by far the weakest of the bands out there. I didn't run them all. Not even close. She's like, I told him of three others. Three others that I knew of who ran their own bands, who were far stronger than I. Perhaps they would be experienced enough to get more than just a raven and a note with information. Perhaps some of them had met someone in person. He insisted on torturing me, despite how much I told him that I didn't know. But I'd imagine now our goal would be similar to his, would it not? Unless there's some way you think we could root out the traitor on that council. A good course of action would probably be to find those other bandit leaders, to convince them, or to get information from them in some way. Maybe we learn something more than what I was able to give you. And freaking she just sort of like she looks at she sort of nods at that, and she looks back to Inuyasha and she's like, does that make sense to you? What does your party think of that?
Well, first thing I say is, I'm like, you're telling me there are three other ones stronger than you? And I just silently fucking just dig my nails into the side of the chair that I'm holding it in.
She like chuckles a little bit. She's like, stronger physically, perhaps not, but they're definitely better leaders than I. I mean, look at me. My band was dismantled by a bunch of morons on the road. I lost my cool because you ruined my lunch, and look where my men are now. She's like, they might not be stronger than me, but they're definitely better highwaymen. Definitely better leaders.
I'm like, well, that makes me feel a little better. But I guess the smartest thing to do next is to perhaps get these bandit leaders before anyone in that council has the idea too. Well, particularly before Occam has the idea too.
Yeah, he definitely's got the idea too. It's probably the first thing he was.
Well,
getting
you know what I
on when
mean.
he got- Yeah,
Like
probably
before
the first
Occam.
thing. That's probably the
On
first
that-
thing he was getting to work on when that council meeting ended.
On that note, you might want to move immediately. Bureaucracy is the only thing that slows Occam down, and we just learned that he doesn't care about it as much he doesn't care about it as much as we thought he did.
What if I post his old tweets on Instagram? That'll buy us a couple days.
Yes, I assure you, his PR team has an apology written.
Well, you got me there. Well, then I guess our next order of business to decide is figuring out where these bandit leaders are and which one of us is going to go handle them.
Vashna, do you know?
Speak to them.
Yeah, freaking So that's just gonna say she's gonna speak about this and be like, well, I've only met them a handful of times. When you work in this region, when you work with like-minded individuals in this region, you come upon each other. There were times where we'd go to rob the same cart. I of course always let them take the prey, but I met a few of them. One of them is a hell of a shot with a bow. He's got a beast with him. Beast that'll do anything he asks it to. Freaking what's it called? He's like, there's another one. I haven't interacted with him as much as I've interacted with the one with the bow. This one, unlike me, prefers lighter weapons. He often carried 2 swords, and his men were particularly ruthless. I've lost some of mine to him, to his. And then she goes, the last one I've only heard of. Whispers on the wind. I've had run-ins with his men. And there's something in their eyes. Something in their eyes isn't human. They don't seem to be following him. They don't seem to be following out of loyalty. There seems to be something wrong in their brains. I've seen them typically in this line of work, if things go wrong, you run. Live to fight another day. But I've seen these men die. Willingly. When facing impossible odds, go down with a smile on their face. I've never met the leader, but I know he's out there. That's what she has to say about the bandit leaders.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro, that's the fucking arc. the fucking Zadran bandit arc. You just said legit. That was the setup of an anime arc. You just.
But yeah, so that's
my bread and butter.
That's what she has to say about the bandits. And I continuously preface this for the sake of you guys not feeling like I'm railroading you. But this is something that you have information. You're in a situation where you have information and you can choose to act on which information you have. But there's nothing ever wrong with attempting to seek out more before you make a decision. This is the first thing that fell on your plate, obviously. But this is do what you want. That's my motto.
First thing I have to know. First thing I have to know: does anyone come with me to shit talk Ileana?
I'm not. I'm also not there right now, so I didn't catch that conversation.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to you in a second, Mike.
Yeah.
So, I swing. I walk over a little bit and I swing my arm right around fucking Haywood, and I pull him in, and I have my one claw right up, just kind of tapping on his cheek, and I say, I'd say we make sure our resident ranger comes with us on this tracking mission. Not like I'd want to keep some eyes on you motherfuckers.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Plus, if we're going up against someone that might have a beast, our own beast might be pretty useful. So bring that Gore-Tech along with you too, or Gore-Tech along with you too.
Haywood's malfunctioning. He sticks some oil in his neck, and he's like, "Oh, you were saying."
Talking.exe.
I like the idea of Haywood having a canteen with oil in it or some stupid shit. But freaking
He goes, haha,
Activating.
yes, it is
Activating.
whiskey.
Bitch, please.
Yes.
EXE. Bitch, please.
But
Yes,
do you have
alcohol.
anything to say to that, Haywood?
No, you know, I just And
He's thinking. Man's not committing anything yet. Smart. So, if that's all there, then I'll go back to Mike. You spend go ahead and try to go ahead and roll another perception for me to try to to try to you lost your sight and you're trying to just catch it again, like, oh, where did she go?
Can I use my scent ability?
Do you have scent?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has sense. I mean, like, yeah, I'd say that
in this case, like, we are in fact like tracked by scent is a thing, but we are in fact incorporating the fact that you have scent, and it's not that she doesn't have a particular scent or anything.
Yeah.
So that doesn't.
No, I was gonna say, because it's actually probably worth noting that, like, she is someone who, like, who's rather she's rather materialistic, and she probably would have a particularly distinct sort of like perfume type thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
So freaking but like I don't think that would be enough for you to actually properly track her down, unless you wanted to spend like a lot more time doing it. Freaking
At this point, you're entering the area where you have to gather information, which relies on diplomacy, your knowledge local.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you do see, she was talking to shopkeepers and stuff. She was talking to people.
And it should be noted that a catfolk walking around asking questions is going to be very noticeable.
And
isn't going to be very noticeable.
No. Admittedly, freaking around in this region, it's a lot less of a problem than it was in Ashterra. You feel like a lot less of an other by being like the type of person you are. Fucking, I mean, the chancellor looked Inuyasha in the face and said, thanks for your service. And the man looks like man has dog ears. So freaking
Yeah, man.
So yeah, so you being a catfolk would be less important, but you would have to you'd have to retrace your steps. Be like, oh, I'm gonna ask like the shopkeep she talked to, like, oh, like what do you know? That's the type of thing you'd have to do. So by this point you've lost your direct trail.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do then.
Okay, so I'm down to like go down that path a little bit. So you retrace your steps. You go back to one of the random shopkeepers that she had like spoken with, and you see him there. He's still doing business. It's like I said, like, you've been tracking her for a while now. It's probably been like some hour, like a couple hours, and freaking and this is like by this point it'd be like 4 o'clock probably, like height like business is sort of like it's like an in between where like he's getting 1 or 2 customers or whatever. This guy's like the freaking he's like the leather worker of the town or something. He's just got freaking he's just got freaking actually, you know what? Yeah, I like that. It's the leather worker of the town, and it's him working. He's just sort of like doing his stuff. Whatever, he's doing the Skyrim thing. He's freaking he's running the dagger on the pelt, and freaking and in the back is a man sort of just like a man sort of hammering away at something. He's just hammering away at something, and freaking he'll like walk back and forth to like maybe like get a new tool, and you notice that he's walking with kind of a limp.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you say? What do you say?
You said he's going to get a tool.
Then I'm saying like there's the guy who you saw her talking to.
Uh-huh.
The guy who owns the place, and he's working on something, and then he has like sort of an assistant in the back who's freaking just like he's just working on stuff too in the back. But and you notice that when he goes to grab a tool from a different place, you notice that he walks with sort of a limp.
Okay. I'll go ask the shop owner. I'll go up to him. I'll be like, hello there. And I go up to him and I go, I was going through the market doing some shopping earlier, and I noticed what the hell's the girl's name? The elf chick, the treasurer,
the
half elf.
The person you were traveling. Yeah, her name's Tiziana.
Tiziana's like, I noticed as I was doing my shopping during the day that Tiziana stopped by here. I had no idea that she frequented this place.
And then freaking he goes, oh yes, Tiziana is one of my most loyal customers. Many of us in the merchant district, here in the merchant district, can say the same. She comes by frequently and is constantly asking us how we feel about the situation in the town or in the city. And while we know that times here are tough, and they'd be much tougher were she not around, I definitely trust her as our treasurer. Yes, so I myself am a leather worker. She came to ask about a particular set of boots. She had me that myself and my partner who works somewhere on the other side of the district that we're working on for her. Particularly very, very well made set of boots. I assure you we provide a quality product. But yes, she does frequent here often. And we love her. We love her business. We love her company.
Oh, I did not know that. Hold on, let me think. I'm relatively new. I've only been here for a couple of months. I'm just now getting settled in. When you say frequently, how frequently do you mean?
She goes. He's like, you are drowning in a water bottle aside. She comes here. She visits the merchant district and spends some hours here almost every day. The gold that comes out of her pockets definitely is heavily circulating through this district. Even I've seen her go to new stalls that have opened up selling products that she would never be interested in. A woman like herself that wields those small short swords. I've seen her chatting with the blacksmith about great swords and hammers. Freaking he's like, she truly just breathes life into the merchant district.
Well, it's good to know that she frequents the district and helps the economy go around with her own contributions. I appreciate this. Thank you very much. Maybe next time I'm in need of something, I will stop by here and I'll give you a call.
He's like, good to see you, friend. He's like, be good on your way.
Yeah. So I turn around and like immediately like I put my smile just goes away. He's like, oh, I hate putting that face on. And I'm like, all right, that sounds. I like think to myself, like, all right, that sounds like a good idea. Next, I will return to the market tomorrow and see if I can find a way to trail her once again, since I've lost her today. And I'll just head back to the estate.
Okay, that works. So you head back to the estate, and freaking the guys will probably catch you up on that debriefing that the plan, like, Veshna mentioned 3 other bandit leaders, and she specifically in that Kyle thinks that the best course of action currently is probably to find them, and maybe you can get some sliver of it. You can get a hold of the letters that they had. You can get some sliver of a clue as to what's in it. Maybe if they've not been getting the exact same ones, maybe some have been sent out recently. That it might be easier to freaking to track down who on the council is actually the traitor.
And, I do want to talk to Ichabod though about something real quick.
Okay, all right. Well, before we do that, I want to say that the main shit that's going on, like that's setting up sort of like the next plan you guys are gonna have, and the stuff that's sort of gonna finish out here is like main plot stuff isn't really gonna be happening here. I don't suspect that. So like if any of you are like, man, it's 12:15, I'm tired as fuck, now's the time to go. I'm sorry, it's alright. Fucking
swag.
But I'm gonna freaking
fooling.
Yeah, go for it. But yeah, I'm gonna rock the rest of this out with freaking whatchamacallit, and Mike, you're recording this anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can just hop in and watch the last 15, 30, 20 minutes of the video anyway. So yeah. So if any of you are just sitting here like dozing off, about to go to sleep, you can go ahead and you can go for it.
What exactly is going on though? Just so
What's going on? Well, one, I'm definitely gonna go into the next day that Softail spends tracking. And I'm gonna
you're gonna do that now? Okay.
Oh yeah, I was, yeah. And freaking he's gonna.
If anyone else had anything to do, I think that would be now. Well.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. If any of you before you left had anything you wanted to get out of the way, you wanted to bring up about the campaign, you want to ask some questions, go for it. And if none of you do, then we can.
Would it be pointless to try to get a? Would it be pointless to try to get a gang of people to go to the that place?
What place?
Where the dwarf went? Not the dwarf, path went?
So the Foullands?
Yeah, that's it.
So what do you mean by gang of people?
If anyone here wants to come.
Yeah. So you, like if you're like talking about like members of the party going there like
yeah,
with you.
Case, buddy. I don't fucking know what's going on with the
freaking-
that you're going after the paladin.
I will. Did you bring this up? Did you bring this up in front of Ichabod?
I'd imagine he doesn't.
Oh my god! I almost dropped the shot glass.
That's a good question. Give me 1 second. Give me one second.
No problem. So we're gonna let Mike have his conversation with Ichabod. So what did you want to talk to him about?
All right, so I want to go with Ichabod. And I want to. I'm like and I go up to Ichabod. I'm like, Ichabod, is there somewhere we can talk in private quickly?
Freaking if Cal like is Calvir like near, like did you wait like when they were near each other to say this?
No, if Calvir is there too, she can come listen to the conversation.
Okay, yeah, because like it's just,
so I say like somewhere that you, me, or if Calvera wants to join the conversation, we can go talk away from everyone else real quick.
I believe there is. Yes, follow me. All right, we're going to Eclipse.
No,
oh my god, no.
No, he's gonna legit rent out a room. Because I'm pretty sure she'd allow that.
No, the second I don't know, but for Softail's reasoning,
Calvira
he doesn't want to go back there.
Yeah, Calvira wouldn't be caught dead in Eclipse. Softail's got PTSD. That was slick, but I'm gonna have to rule that a no. So
okay, yeah. But
so y'all just go somewhere, somewhere to the side.
But yes, there are many rooms in this estate. We can have a discussion in any one of them.
Is Calvira coming?
Yes, for sure. Like the one where you would have been like, freaking on the side. She's like, interested immediately. She's definitely.
Can I come too?
No.
Freaking.
Well, I mean, you can come try and listen, but I don't invite you to the conversation.
I have a wild idea.
All right, freaking.
Can they go to a separate room and then us players talk about that other thing?
Oh, like what? Oh, what? Like Oh wait, so you wanna like. You trying to like plot this shit like out of my ears?
So we go into session room 2 and then they have their talk.
I'm down for that.
Swag.
Yeah. So yeah. Me, Mike, and Orlando will go into session room 2. You guys talk. You talk.
All right. Coop, you gotta make a good case.
Good on you. Good idea. Oh, good on Coop. Good idea. I forgot that's the whole reason there are 2 session rooms. But yeah, so go for it.
But be like, well, you are having your meeting today in your council meeting. I figured I'd get a head start on my little profiling project I'm working on for all the leaders. Today I thought it a good idea where I would follow. I attempted to follow what the fuck's her name?
Tiziana.
I followed Tiziana a bit.
Immediately, freaking before you go any further, Calvira's just sort of gonna cut in. She's like, "So you were eavesdropping on the council meeting without my knowledge?"
I did not say I was eavesdropping on the council meeting. Just as Inuyasha was waiting outside, I was merely waiting outside in a different spot.
Go on.
I said I began to track her, and the thing is, halfway through the market, I managed to lose her. I just thought I'd bring it up that someone who is able to evade me in what seemed a fairly passive act is no simple task. There's a reason, or there's either a specific reason she is acting that way, or one does not get those skills just by simply being slick. Those are trained skills that one acquires.
Immediately, Cal sort of like, she just casually responds to this. She's like, "Oh well, yes, Tiziana. The whole council is skilled. Me being the lowest. Tiziana's been around for a long time. She's a part of the merchant elite. She's before she was treasurer, she ran one of the most successful businesses in Zadra's history. She's and when you're someone of her notoriety, you learn to protect yourself. You learn to be fleet of foot. You learn to move without a sound. That is a skill she most certainly possesses. And that's exactly why.
When money is involved, to stay in business long, you must have some manner of survival skills.
Yes, so I wouldn't. And Cal's gonna be like, so, and honestly, by this point we're delving into the unknown because of course I've always trusted the entire council. They all have their reasons. They all love this region, and I don't even. And even if one of them were a traitor, it's really the idea that one of them could be a traitor is hard to believe. But Tiziana's her very roots, her very foundation is within Zajaros. Her very existence is fundamentally drawn from the merchant class that is now suffering at the hands of these ones. And she's like, of course, I can reason my way like that through any of the council members. And then she goes, Clovis runs the clergy. He's wounded. He's wounded during these times too. Chancellor Vividum, him as well. He's an original. He's a couple hundred years old. He's like the death of Emperor Ashreaver was a mere speck in time for him. His roots come from the very foundation of this region's founding. So of course, this is just like I could rationalize it any way with any of the council members, but I just want you to know, the fact of the matter is that Tiziana is very skilled. She moves naturally in a way that makes it hard to follow her, hard to keep up. And
Most certainly, it's hard to get her number.
and then Cal looks at him and just sort of sighs. She's like, yeah,
Shrugs.
that too. She definitely plays hard to get. Ichabod isn't the first, nor will he be the last. That's information. That's information. She's you now know why she has those skills.
It's good to know. I just figured it'd be something to bring up, a point of interest to bring up. Someone with those skills typically tends to do very shady things. Not saying she's our prime subject, but I thought it'd be worth telling you both.
Well, you seem to make good progress on track. Maybe you need some assistance in some manner next time you try.
How so? You've piqued my interest.
Alchemy is a pathway to many techniques one might consider unnatural.
Oh, really? Even
guys,
preventing death.
Cheating death.
Cheating
Ironic.
That
I could make with a bit of study. I could, shall we say, procure an extract to allow. Actually, I know the extract. It says I have an extract which could enhance the already sharp senses of someone like you.
Mm-hmm.
Make it so that unless that halfling is actively trying to avoid you, there's no way she could escape your notice.
Alright, I said, alright, I will resume my tailing tomorrow. If you would provide me with a supplement, I'm sure it will help.
Keep in mind, you were able to follow her surreptitiously from a particular location today, the council. How do you intend to follow her tomorrow?
As much as I would love to get my way onto the rooftops and follow her from there, I know for sure I could not lose her, but it is too much of a risk. I would be too easily spotted. This time I will just have to follow closer to her and make sure I do not lose her. I know that she had a very specific scent. I will try to keep my nose attached to that.
How do you know where she will be that day?
I don't. Do you know where she lives? A starting point in which I can start. If
I
not,
want to
I
add
can.
in that you do know that the merchant said that she is in the district almost every day.
I was gonna say, if that doesn't work, I will wait for her in the district. I talked to a couple of shopkeepers, and I know that she frequents there daily.
Oh, that is quite a bit of information you found out on your own. But yes, I could prepare an extract for you to enhance your senses to assist me in that.
Okay, sounds like a plan, Stan. I also thought that it is most likely that we will be going after these bandit leaders. If we do go with that plan, it might be advantageous for me to not stay behind, but keep an eye out for anyone that could be carriers bringing these notes. They must be getting these documents some way. That means somebody is bringing them. If it's possible,
they arrive via Raven.
Oh, Raven?
Told us. Yeah.
It is possible. If we could find a way to could track the Raven. If I could find a way to track a Raven, that'd be extremely helpful.
Yeah, and what you know is that Veshna received it via Raven. The whole basis, one of the bases of the plan is like just in case there's something off, something different about how the other ones were getting information and what they know, and freaking and that's the caveat. That's the reason.
I think perhaps you would have to investigate the bands directly and find out how each of them received the information. And then perhaps when you have enough evidence, you could a common string between all of them.
Sounds like a plan.
But if you were intending on ghosting Tiziana, I don't know how possible it would be for me to actually approach her, especially considering I don't think she's way into me. But if I could supplement an alchemical mixture that is, shall we say, particularly aromatic, you could follow her with your nose and along with the extract I have. But that requires me to come up to her face to face, and I can't keep a straight face to save my life if I'm up to something.
Do what you can. I believe your potion will help me in a great manner. But yeah, that's basically it. If you can do it, do it. If not, then no.
Yeah, that actually sounds too risky because if he needs to make a bluff check, that's not working.
Yeah, no, it's probably not worth the risk.
Yeah, especially so the thing is though, there's something that is a good idea though is if he makes something to somehow enhance your ability to track her down.
Oh yeah, acute. He actually has an extract called Acute Senses. Legit, just a +10 to perception.
Yeah, well, that'll fucking do it.
Yeah, that'll +19 in perception. That'll get me going.
Yeah.
All right, sounds like a plan then. That's it. I'll tail her tomorrow. I'll take the potion and then eavesdrop on her.
Actually, Calvira has a high bluff.
Yeah, she does, and you know it would be a little easier given her relationship, being a council member.
Yes. Calvira, you have a much better.
Attempt that.
Yeah. So what are you asking exactly?
Basically, she'd have an easier time both contacting Tiziana and trying to pass off a sneaky thing by bluffing to her. So if he wanted to give her an aromatic thing to give to Tiziana, he could just give her that, and then she can try and bluff her.
An aromatic thing? What do you mean?
Like a little. Well, back in my homeland, we alchemy is floral alchemy is the preference, and I know how to make a lot of perfume. That can vary in strength. So for someone with a sharp nose like you, Softail, you can try and track her by scent using this perfume.
This could definitely work.
Something on her.
Calvira, I give you, you know that perfume I sent the soaps that I buy with, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's me. I do that.
So freaking so she's like, she'd be like no one loves gifts more than Tiziana. She's like, I could give it to her, but you'd have to assure that if you follow her, that you don't lead on. That's how you caught up with her. Do try to stay undetected. If she starts to suspect me, and God forbid she's the one, we have a problem.
Yes.
I don't think there will be a problem with me with me staying out of sight. If I can get underneath Arkham's nose, I think I can get underneath her. It's just a matter of you wanting to take the risk or not.
And then she does she sort of she looks out the window for a minute, and then after some time she looks back and she's like, well, this is not the time to be conservative. It's the time to take risks. So yes, I'll help you, but do be careful.
I said,
I will. When she asks you to be careful, freaking, she catches herself saying that and immediately just sort of remembers I don't like these guys, and she just sort of goes back to being a little bashful.
What do you think Tiziana would prefer? This a more floral scent, or maybe one of the cacti from my homeland?
She goes Tiziana's beautiful. She always dresses so elegantly. Except to council meetings, ironically. But and then she goes, she's always the one for foreign and exotic makes. She's constantly commissioning things from the merchant district, but they have to import material that take weeks. Freaking on
I have an idea. And he walks off, and then he runs off.
Oh yeah. Okay. So fucking nice. Fucking.
Oh Jesus.
I presume Calvera walks out too.
No, she's hanging out in the room, just waiting for her to come back. So if you wanted to say some shit to her, freaking
No, I look at Ichabod and I said, all right, get to the work. I will make my preparations for tomorrow. And I start to walk out of the room, and like obviously, I always have my beer swalk going. I like put one hand up, I was like, and oh dear, by the way, don't be so unconfident in your skills. You are archmages for a reason. And then I walk out.
Freaking like right after you say that, and she just goes, she looks at you and she crosses her arms. She's like, I know what I am, and I know my power. I don't need you to tell me that.
That's a 5, by the way. He rolled a 5.
Excuse me?
He rolled a 5, and I got 27.
How many fucking points do you have in alchemy?
I have the normal bonuses, right? 5 ranks in it, and then I have a spell called Crafter's Fortune, gives me a +5 to it. And when I'm making alchemical items, I get an additional +5, one for every for all of my levels. So, 22.
Nice.
Bullshit. But freaking, but yeah. So
comes back. He's just like, oh, come, smell this. I made it using a combination of orchids and a special, shall we say, cactus juice from my homeland.
Nice.
What do you think?
Freaking, who are you asking?
I'm already out of the room,
it's gotta be Khajiit. He's like excitedly.
Oh wait, I mean you left the room when. That's
if he needs me real quick, I assume he comes back just as I walk out, and then I'll just come smell it.
If they're both there,
part of your plan, yeah.
He's asking them both. He's like, okay, what do you think?
Yeah, freaking.
I've got the lock.
They're gonna. Kyle's definitely gonna take a whiff. What does it smell like? Is it bad?
It's like the smell itself is not particularly strange. It smells strong. It's a perfume, and it does have it's like a sweet floral scent to it, right? But when you smell it, it just sort of like activates certain parts of the brain, and you just get this like heady sort of lightweight feeling. You're not high. It's not strong enough to be called a high, but it does hit you somewhat. The scent.
It's like getting a Nick high.
It's like sniffing Vicks Vaporub.
Nice. That's pretty good.
All right, so freaking Cal takes a whiff of that and just sort of just steps back a little. She's like, yeah, that should suffice. Cat, can you? Is that something you can keep a scent of?
Absolutely, my dear. Is it actually something I can keep a scent of?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Freaking,
Make sure you mention my awesome alchemical skill when you give it to him.
She goes for the sake of discretion, I'll do my best never to bring you up in a conversation with the treasurer. Thank you very much.
He's like about to argue with that. He's like, fuck, she's right.
So, So,
by the way, it should be noted that Ichabod himself does wear floral perfume. Not the same one. Not the same one, but he does. That's how he masks the alchemy sense.
Okay, cool. So we might as well, unless there's anything else you want to say,
Nah,
we can
that's it.
We can. Okay, so next day comes.
Do we want to go back to the other session room? Like finish them off?
Yeah, let's do that.
Fucking artifact isn't used against us.
Are you guys still talking about the plan or whatever?
A little.
All right. Mike's whole shit is Mike finished sort of like the setup for the tracking he's about to do. Would you prefer
Okay.
in the other chat and go through that while you guys keep talking?
Yeah, go. Keep going with that. We'll join in. We'll catch up on
Okay,
it.
yeah, you guys join in when you're done. Okay.
Yeah, got you. But yeah, Raph. So they
Just like that. We'll continue. So, oh man, when I popped in there and I heard him talking about the artifact, I was like, oh, what is Coop trying to do? But freaking so it's the next day, right? I'd imagine you're just posted up in the merchant district somewhere, just shopping around, trying to freaking yeah. So you're doing that, right? And you notice that freaking like out of the corner of your eye, after some hours, freaking just like 2 o'clock, freaking I'd imagine you wouldn't have taken any chances. You'd have been there as early as you fucking could.
Yeah, I'd have been there like probably 4 in the morning. I probably what was that conversation we had last night? As soon as that was done, I went to sleep, and then early like 3-4 in the morning, I was there.
Yeah, Ichabod will prepare for you another tea to drink this Desna Star. With this, you can get a full rest in 6 hours instead of.
Bet.
Hell yeah.
Alright, I'll drink that before I go to bed, and then... What's this other stuff? I'm drinking, I get plus 10 perception.
Oh, so did you give him that, the potion? Give him the perception?
Yes, it is an extract of acute senses, meaning that like it's legit just from it's legit one of my spell slots. I'm giving you a spell slot.
Okay.
Okay, how long does it last?
It lasts minutes.
Minutes? Okay, so I gotta wait to see it.
So it lasts 5 minutes when I give it to you.
Okay.
I also have a number of other extracts that I've decided that I have, and you can decide which ones you want to. And you know, obviously they don't cost them anything to actually make, unless they have a material component, which none of them do. See invisibility, illusion of calm, identify, invisibility alarm, touch of the sea, crafter's fortune, cure light wounds, expeditious retreat, true strike, shield, cat's grace, cure moderate wounds, dark vision, and lesser restoration.
Okay. I don't know what any of those do except for cure light wounds. So I guess I'll just take the perception one, and then anything
none
else
of them are
that you think
super
will
useful
help.
right now.
Yeah.
He could probably knowing him, he probably I don't know how many items he has as per Jamel's. But a potion of haste is like, you know, not even on his spell list. He didn't make it himself. But
yeah, it's just reward.
potion of invisibility is another one that could help because like it'll be easier to get closer to her if she does not know you're there.
Give me that.
Again, okay, it says, okay, this is just don't waste it. It will only last 3 minutes.
Gotcha.
Again, that's another like fiat thing, as he doesn't have that as an extract. So it's up to Jamel whether or not I can actually do that.
Alright, so
Can you do that?
yeah, so say that again, I'm sorry, one more time. What are you trying to do?
Can I give him a potion of invisibility? It's not an extract, it's an item.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, if he can craft it, yeah. Sure, why not?
I cannot craft it at the moment. I can get a hold of one pretty easily, but it wouldn't be via my own
Yes,
list.
I dare say that if you can't craft it, that the only place you'd be able to get it from is from Eliana. You'd have to go out if I could just.
At this
bite
point,
your toe.
every time I come in, it's Eliana. It's like that.
Yeah, freaking so yeah, you'd have to do something like that. You just bust in. He's like, hey, I need a potion of invisibility, and then she's like, oh, can't craft. Freaking man, when I finish putting her shit together, I better make sure she can. But freaking what you call? So one way or the other, you're able to one way or the other, however you do it, you're able to acquire that skill. It's better possible. So potion of invisibility and an extract of acute senses.
Yes. I'll put those on my person. Actually, I'm not. Is that worth typing down, or should I just?
You're gonna use them both immediately, probably.
Yeah, I'll type them out just in case. I might not.
And,
might not have
who
to
knows?
use
Maybe you won't use the invisibility.
Yeah, I'll definitely use the other one, but.
Yeah.
But.
So either way, so like I said, you have those things on you, and you see sort of it's like you out of nowhere you see Calvira and Tiziana sort of just walking through the merchant district, and they're just talking. They're like laughing it up, they're chatting it up. And freaking and you see like what seems to be the exchange of a gift. You see Calvira give give Tiziana this perfume, and Tiziana takes it, and she pops the cork off. She goes to take a whiff of it, and freaking and you see Calvira sort of like her body sort of like shift a little bit when she does that, and upon taking a whiff of it, this just like wide grin just slowly freaking spreads across Tiziana's face, and then she just sort of elbows Calvira, and they start just sort of like having they sort of start getting into like a kind of like more like a kind of a conversation where like you immediately see Calvira start blushing as they're talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking so
haven't you ever noticed when people try my barbecue sauce, they get all huggy buggy?
So they started. So they continue to have that conversation, have a bit more of a conversation. They sort of like go like they sit down after at some place, and they have breakfast together.
Oh, you know what? You know what's going on right now? Ichabod goes to Ileana, and he does that thing where like he dumps his day on you. He's like, I had to make this brilliant concoction, and they couldn't tell them that I made it. Do you believe that?
And she's
not getting credit for your work.
She's just sitting there like shame. Like she's just sort of half listening while doing her work, and he's just talking her off. But freaking
I was gonna make a board to like a reference and be like they're eating breakfast, and I'm just sitting in the alley with like a fucking hood up, and I'm like all of a sudden like I'm watching them like eat this delicious thing. I'm just sitting there like. And I'm like, I'm like eating a food pill. I'm like, God damn it!
You're sitting there. You take a hard ration out of your pocket, like. Freaking
attack? Are you kidding me?
But yeah, so So you see that they have a breakfast together. They're talking, they're laughing, they're enjoying their time together. Freaking you see Calvira sort of like ease out of She slowly starts to get more comfortable, and freaking and then she freaking whatchamacall? They freaking at some point they hug, and they go their separate ways. You have an eye on her now.
Okay. Is she like, what is it like? I guess I'll just start following her. I want to take the potion the second the crowd start getting thick where I think I could lose her. I'll try and get as much time out of this thing as possible.
The moment he has to make a perception check, basically.
Yeah, the second, yeah.
Yeah, I got you. So I'm gonna go take a I'll be back. I'm on like my 6th bottle of water.
Yeah. So, the last time I played Ichabod, it was in a campaign where you could describe it as having the comedy genre. So just imagine Ichabod, but he's like a fucking clown. Like he wakes up in the morning, fucking hits the door. What the hell? Something's blocking the door! Cade, get your fucking horse out! Hey!
It's funny.
Yeah, he's like being ridiculous all day. So I'm trying to get out of that because this is not the same camp.
Yeah, dude, it's fun. Dude, I'm trying to find the clip online, but I can't find it.
Clip of what?
From Boruto. I literally went to go make the reference. I'm like, nobody watches Boruto.
You gotta fucking find it. You can't just say it.
I know. It was funny. It was like literally, she's like her whole thing is like, oh, I have to escort Kakashi and Guy on their like vacation / mission. She doesn't know it's a mission. She thinks it's a mission, but it's like a vacation. And she's like sitting. She's Asuma's and Kurenai's daughter.
This is Boruto we're talking about?
Yeah.
Fucking shit.
But she's like taking it really seriously, and it's like a vacation for Guy and Kakashi, and like she's sitting outside, like I have to guard them, and like they're sitting inside like in an inn in like a bathrobe, and they're eating like all the fucking food, and it's all nice, and she's sitting out there, and she's like, it's freezing cold. She's like, I can't. She's like, I want to eat that so bad, but I can't. I have to stay on a mission. She like eats a food pill. She's like, oh, it tastes so bad.
That's the daughter of the guy who Shikamaru's
Shikamaru's
teacher, right?
teacher, yeah, the one who got killed by
Hidan.
Okay.
I don't recognize their names very well.
That's his daughter. But she's.
All I know is that Shikamaru got some fucking sand village pussy. That's all I know.
Hey, bro, he got the best pussy in the fucking. He got the best puss in Konoha.
This is not even in Konoha. Not from Konoha.
She is now.
All right, so freaking So back to this. Pop that shit and go ahead and roll that stealth check for me again.
Stealth or perception?
Perception. My bad. Perception.
Alright, let me put that in my water.
I can't wait
whatever I get plus 10.
I can't wait to have Ichabod get into a real fight.
Oh my, thank God for the plus fucking 10. I'm rolling terrible with perception. Alright, so 21.
Dude. I just tried to stand on my bed frame and I forgot it was broken. And I nearly busted all my asses. Christ.
All right, so you freaking you're following her, right? Freaking wait, are we giving you any bonus because of the scent?
I assume.
Yes. So that's a plus 10 on that roll, so it's 21. And if he's tracking my scent, which he is, he gets a plus 8.
All right.
29.
So freaking so you're like, your eyes dilate, and you're focusing on that little fucking black ponytail moving through the crowd, and freaking
you gotta get. you want me to get commissions of your characters, dude? I can do that.
That means you have to pay for them. Jesus.
He gets commissions all the time. That's like the picture of that's where I
like two of my patrons are just like monthly sketches.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The freaking But either way, so he's going through the crowd. And he's you're going through the crowd. Your eyes are dilating. The scent's fresh on your nose, and you're freaking you're doing your best to act natural, but it's hard. Freaking you're coked up right now. So freaking you're following her, and you come to situations where had it not been for the scent, or had it not been for your heightened sight, you would have lost her. Like specifically, had it not been for the scent, you like sometimes, despite your heightened perception, she sort of just casually, without even trying, breaks away of your vision. But then you just sort of follow the scent, and you get a visual again. You get a visual with the ponytail just as she cuts a corner or something. So you move forward a bit more. And you follow her. One moment. What? What's it called? You're following her for a long time, and it's, she's just doing ordinary things. She's like the shopkeeper said. She visits nearly every single shop in the town. She specifically visits the ones that were victims of the arson. Like, that's like, damn it. She spends special time there, and she talks to them. And she makes a point to touch base with those people. I'm sure she's doing her job as treasurer. Like freaking she's on the council. They respect her for that. And freaking whatchamacallit, there's she literally goes up to like a fresh upstart stall. It's a new guy, he's new to the area, and she sort of just chats him up a little bit, lets him get a little bit more comfortable, talks to him, teaches him a little bit about the way things are, tells him that I'll keep checking on you, good shit, way to help make the place better, dude's got a smile on his face when she moves. It's a lot of that stuff going on for probably over an hour. Freaking and you get to a point like once the extract lasts long enough to the point where once the crowd begins to disperse a little bit, and you freaking keeping a visual on her is less important. You're keeping up with that scent, and you keep the trail. And you after a while you sort of see her start to veer out of the merchant district a bit, and she sort of wanders into the north part of she wanders into the northern district, and then you know these paths because these are some of the paths you took sneaking through the city to break Vesh out of prison. It's still daytime. Frickin' and she runs into she starts taking like side roads and stuff. She starts taking like side paths. You specifically make it a point not to literally follow her visually, but to make sure you're more following the scent now, so she doesn't see you.
Right.
And freaking
obviously staying out of sight. Yeah.
Yeah, you're staying out of sight. So eventually, you see her walk up to a man. A humanoid much taller than her.
That's most humanoids.
Yeah, and even more so than ordinary. Freaking
give me a height. 6'5".
Yeah, freaking something like lanky 6'3", 6'4". Man, you
guys showed up a good doing here, cut.
You guys showed up at a good time. So freaking
okay, great.
She just sort of casually walks up to this person and just sort of leans against the wall, and freaking and they're just against the wall, and they're just talking a little bit. They're talking back and forth about but you can't really make out what they're saying unless you make a perception check to try and hear the things they're talking about.
All right. Since I don't have the +10 from the potion anymore, you said it's been an hour. So do I get the +8 from the scent?
No? That wouldn't help you here.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, so I just gotta roll whatever I got.
Yep.
Nice. There you go. About time.
So you're listening in, and she's whatchamacallit? Moments. So she's leaning against the wall, and she says she's talking to this man, and she's asking him she's like, how have you been? She's like how have you been holding up? How have things been these past couple days? And then he's going back. He's like, things have been great, and no small help, and no small. What's the word? What's the phrase? And no small thanks to you, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But he says, you definitely played a role in that, and I appreciate it. Freaking and she's just just remember, if you need anything, if you ever need anything at all, do be sure to let me know. And freaking whatchamacallit, and he sort of just kneels down. He kneels down, and he sort of ruffles her hair a little bit, and then he gives her a kiss on the forehead. And then freaking interesting. They he stands up, and she sort of just sits there a little bit, just like kicking rocks, and freaking the man walks down the alleyway, like he goes to part ways with her, and he walks down the alleyway toward you. So are you gonna like try and just like play it cool, like you're hide yourself from sight or
I'm
something?
gonna try and hide myself, whether it's like I have to climb up the side
you
of the
have the-
building or whatever.
You have the potion of invisibility.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
could
wanna
do that
waste-
if you wanted to, but it's not,
Yeah.
necessary. But freaking so go ahead and roll stealth for me.
Nice.
Don't need that shit.
Yeah, I was
Potion
gonna say,
is for
I got
pussies.
plus 12 in stealth. I think I'll be okay.
Yeah. So the dude walk. You hear his footsteps. You quickly like go up a gutter or something like that, and you're just like belly on a roof, peeking over the side. And the man who walks by, you recognize him. It's the same. It's the same dude with the deep violet hair that you saw in the cell with Veshna, in the prison with Veshna, and he's just walking around the free man. And
Interesting.
from listening in on the from listening in on the
Conversation.
on the conversation. No, not on the conversation. From listening in on the council meeting that it wasn't really brought up that anyone else broke out. But this person you're looking at, looks very, very similar to looks very, very similar to almost a fitting image of the dude you saw in that cell. And another thing you'll notice.
So does that mean he's not the dude, or?
Another thing you'll notice.
Okay.
Is that when you saw that man in the cell, he came up to the bars, right? And he gripped the bars tightly, and he looked you in the eyes. But he didn't say a word.
Correct.
He looked at you, sort of pleading, and then you went on with your business.
Right.
And again, like I said, you did not hear it mentioned that anyone else was broken out of that prison that night. So, and the vibe of this person who was talking, like he seems very charismatic and like sort of uplifting, like about from listening on the conversation, like the type of person Tiziana is, and how sort of confident she is, how charismatic she is. But when this person kneeled down and ruffled her hair and kissed her on the forehead, freaking she blushed and got really bashful, and freaking that you didn't really feel like that was the same vibe that you got from the person who was in that jail.
Okay. Yeah.
So this guy's gonna walk. He's gonna walk past you, and he just got sort of hands in his cloak, and he just sort of starts heading back down out of the upper district, down in the merchant district, to just head wherever. After he leaves.
Do you let him leave?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, are you just gonna? Okay. Cool.
I'm gonna
So
follow Tiziana around.
Yeah. So after he leaves, freaking whatchamacallit, Tiziana hangs out for a while. She stays in the same spot, leaning against the wall, and that's after a little bit, another person shows up in the alley. Someone who's probably like 5'8", 5'9", a lot shorter than she was. I mean, than the person she's talking to. Just a dude wearing just sort of makeshift leather armor. He's got like dude's got like daggers strapped. He's got daggers strapped up the sides of his freaking He's got daggers strapped up the sides of his leather outfit. And when immediately Tiziana starts talking to him like in a straight face-to-face way, no jokes, no sly comments, no sly remarks. And again, this is something you can hear. And after a little bit, they just sort of hush their voices like a little bit, and just sort of speak a little lower. And then you're unable to hear what they say, but they exchange something. They exchange something like freaking you see an exchange, but you can't see what was exchanged.
Okay.
And then this man leaves the alley the same way, and you're in the same position, and you have a bird's eye view of him. And he walks out of the alley, and as he's leaving, he's a bald dude, sort of freaking rough looking guy, and you notice that he has a cobra tattoo on his neck.
Cobra tattoo. Okay.
And that man disperses back into the city.
Cobra tattoo. I haven't seen a dude with a cobra tattoo in his neck before, right?
Yes, you have.
Oh, I have. Fuck, where
Yeah.
the fuck have I seen it?
You see the dude you saw in the jail had a cobra tattoo.
Oh, the other purple hair guy?
Yeah, no. The purple hair guy you saw in the jail had a cobra tattoo. The innkeeper. Has
I was gonna say.
those are the people who confirmed that you have seen with that cobra tattoo on it, like sort of just creeping out of their collar. You see like the hood of it, and freaking that man disperses back into the town, and freaking after that conversation, Tiziana's immediately on the move again. Like she's just sort of just tracing her way back to the upper district.
So the innkeeper has the tattoo. That bald dude has the tattoo, and that purple-haired dude has the tattoo, right?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
And freaking so you can see freaking Tiziana's gonna head further into the upper district, which by this point isn't really too populated. Are you gonna keep tailing her?
I am.
It's gonna be a little bit more difficult to do that now that you don't have that
It's fine.
But you do have the invisibility potion, I guess though.
Yeah.
So she's gonna head further into the upper district. Freaking she was really bubbly when she was in public. She's in the merchant district talking to the people and stuff. But now that she's sort of walking alone with she has her 2 short swords at her side, freaking sort of holstered, and she's sort of like as she's walking, she keeps a hand on one of their hilts. And you notice that she's doing that now that she's alone in the upper district, but she wasn't doing that when you saw her in the lower districts of the merchant district. And she's just going down different alleyways, going down the main street. She's not even slowly. She's not even making any effort to really hide herself or whatever.
Right.
Freaking
I'm gonna take that into account and be like, all right, she's way more. She's alert now. I'm gonna make sure to be extra careful.
Okay.
Just something I'm gonna note to myself.
All right. So at this point, how are you tailing her? Because a crowd is less viable. Freaking there's way less people now.
Wait,
it's probably maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of the dudes you see walking different directions in the street, but this is open.
I'm gonna try and tail her from. What time is it now? It's been a few hours.
What time is it? It's still it's been probably a few hours. It's probably 4 now, 5. It's still
daylight.
Sunny.
Still sunny. You're still
You don't have any cover, so. No crowd, no shadows.
I want to do the rooftops, but I'm scared I'm gonna get noticed on the walls.
Yeah. More importantly, if you recall, freaking you're now in the area where the prisons were, and they got the new prison always has a dude on the roof with a with a cross.
Assassin's Creed.
I'm going to
Still have the potion.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pop the potion now.
All right, so you pop the potion, and you become invisible. And what bonus does he get to sneak for doing that? It's a plus 20, right?
Plus 20 while moving, plus 40 while standing.
Okay.
Also, he can stealth anywhere, and obviously, even if someone does make their check to see him, they can't physically see him. So what they can do about it is questionable at this point.
Okay, so roll stealth for me. With that plus 20.
Alright,
okay, so
47.
So you're keeping but you're keeping your footsteps light.
Damn.
You're keeping your footsteps light, and you're freaking what you call it? You're trailing her, and eventually she comes back to a small little house in the upper district. She walks up to the door. She freaking unlocks it, and she pushes it open, and she heads inside.
Okay.
You know where this place is.
I know where it is.
Yes.
I want to before my invisibility potion runs out, I want to get behind her house in a nice position where I can kind of hear what's going on inside.
Okay. So she walks. So you do that, and freaking there's not there are windows, but there's not really you can't really get a good angle on a window that actually lets you see what she's doing or whatever.
That's fine. I don't need to see it.
But at first she's just you don't really hear anything. She's just freaking she might draw a bath or something, and then freaking after something like that, freaking she would walk back over to a window you were near, and she would just sort of she would sit down at a desk and just start just start doing work, just writing names down in books. Freaking or writing, not names down in books, but writing stuff in a book, some sort of ledger. She's keeping track of stuff. That's you'd imagine she's doing that given her role. given her position. And that's kind of just the rest. That's kind of just the thing she keeps doing. Like no one shows up. She doesn't meet anyone. She's just here by herself alone.
Okay, I'm gonna bail then.
All right, so you bail.
I guess I'll head back to Ichabod's place.
Yeah.
I'll
Is he there? It's been, how long's it been?
It's been like probably the course of the entire thing. It's been like 6 hours.
Oh, okay, he's back by now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I come back inside. Is everyone else there? Like all the party and stuff?
Yeah, we haven't really gone anywhere.
Yeah,
We've been sitting in a room discussing everything.
Yeah. So
Alright.
yes. Yeah. So they're there, and Ichabod's there. Cavalier's there. What are you gonna talk about?
All right. I wanna like tell. No, I'll keep it from the party for now. I'll tell them eventually, but not right now. I want to gather more information first. But I'll tell Ichabod for sure when I find out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
I'll tell
what if you-
Caviera, whatever, if she's there.
Calvira.
Yeah, she'll definitely be there. Cavalier will be there.
So I bring them into the room again. I tell them, I said, all right, my mission we made great progress. I think it's time I tell you what I saw.
Well,
And then,
anything of interest?
well, she was doing her normal rounds, putting on the friendly face for all the people. She eventually left the merchant district and went into an alley, where she was greeted by someone of great interest. You see, while I was doing my mission, now Cavalier knows I fuck. Oh wait, yeah, she knows I broke him out. Never mind.
Yeah, she knows that.
Yeah. While I was breaking out Veshna doing my mission, I noticed this purple-haired man in the jail, and he as I was passing his cell, he gave me a good look. At the time, I was disguised, so there was no way that I think that he could know it was me. But he had purple hair and he was in the jail. And the thing is, when I was tailing her, she went into an alley and showed some, he kissed her in the alley, and she seemed to show a lot more emotion than she normally does.
Does it get what form of interesting are we talking about here? Because reaches to clever Calvira's ears.
Just a simple show of affection, a kiss.
Calvira just sort of puts her hand up to get about her. She's like, I'm not a child. And then she goes,
I know.
She goes, so this person, she seemed affectionate toward them. You say?
Yes. He had
fucking ice queen.
He gave her a kiss on the forehead, and she blushed. The thing
when you say that, her eyes Calvira's eyes literally pop open. She's like, what? That's unfathomable. Go on.
And as he left,
what'd you say, Jamel? You cut out there.
I said freaking Cal's eyes sort of open up a little bit, and it's unfathomable. Freaking
As he left, I noticed he had a strange cobra tattoo on his neck. Shortly after, another man with the same tattoo came into the alley. And they
try holding your breath for a while.
What happened?
Try holding your breath for a while. Hiccups.
As another man with the same tattoo came into the alley. He was bald, and they made some sort of exchange, and then he left. This is the third time I've seen this tattoo between that man, the purple-haired man, and the innkeeper. I'm starting to suspect that this is some sort of gang. Are you aware of this cobra tattoo at all?
You Northerners have so many interesting traditions when it comes to fashion. Hats, tattoos all have such significant meanings to you. I couldn't say.
Calvira, same thing?
I'm thinking.
Obviously, if I were to ask anyone, Tiziana would be the first person that would probably know something, but seeing as she is suspect in this, we will have to get creative where we get the information.
As far as if there's a man for the job, I believe it's the monkey. If I remember correctly, she's on good terms with her. And he may be the one who we should use to try and get some information out of her.
On good terms with who?
What's her face? You just said the bar lady, right? Is that what you said? The fucking Eliana.
No. The bar guy from the actual tavern has the tattoo.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, the one that me and Raph spoke to.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason.
Yeah, Eliana's not the barkeeper. She's not the shop owner.
I don't know. Whatever. Then ignore what I just said. We're still waiting for Jamila to think.
Yeah. I'm thinking here. I'm just referring to my notes.
Oh shit. Okay.
We're just making the rounds around this cage.
Alright, so you say that, and you make the emphasis on the Cobra tattoos, and Calvira, she's immediately like pacing back and forth across the room, and she's just like, my goodness, this might be thought. And freaking and she just looks, she's like, in my short time on the council, I've noticed nothing about Cobra tattoos or any problems we have with gangs. She's like, in the time I've been friends with Arkham, he hadn't mentioned anything about that either. At the very least, Tiziana knows something that we don't.
Well, that surprises no one. She's the kind of lady with her fingers all in the pies and what.
I wouldn't know anything from like a knowledge history check from that tattoo at all, would I?
No, you would not.
Okay.
You need knowledge local for that shit.
Yeah, I figured that. I thought I asked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's just as alarming is the fact that the man I saw in prison that day I broke Veshna out is also at the prison. That too alarms me.
Wait. Which man is the man in prison?
The purple. I said the day I broke Veshna out, I saw that purple-haired man in prison. And now he's not in prison.
Well, common sense would dictate that he was released legally. Is this possible?
One thing, Mike, that you would have noticed when you saw you saw a Cobra tattoo on the guy who was in the prison, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the dude you saw walking away, who looked identical to him, did not have one.
Oh, I thought you said they both had one.
No, they didn't both have one. The dude you saw walking away did not have one. That's the main distinction here. The guy you saw in the prison that night, that guy had a tattoo, and his mannerisms were far different. Like, he grabbed the bars, and his eyes were sort of pleading with you, and he didn't speak. But this guy you saw, seemed very charismatic, and especially that being that way around someone like Tiziana, you know that freaking you know.
Yeah.
You know that like they gave out very different vibes.
Right. Oh, so then let me rephrase that then, because I thought you said they both had tattoos. What is alarming is the fact that that night I was in prison breaking out Vreshna, I saw what seemed to be the exact same man in the bars who had a Cobra tattoo, but the one I saw today had no such tattoo on his neck.
The first thing I would think of is a magical disguise for them to look identical. It is also possible that they are identical twins, but not very likely. But anything else you noticed you can tell me about these two men?
And another thing, Calvira's gonna sort of when you mention that she's gonna question you, like, are you sure?
I am 100% positive. If there was any sort of difference besides the tattoo, I'd have noticed. As far as I could tell, they were the same person with missing one feature.
That is the immediate telltale of a man botching a magical disguise.
All right, I'm back. But yeah, she my message is dead. But yeah, she questions the tattoo. You know, whether you know what you saw, and you're obviously gonna confirm that. Like, nah, I know what I fucking saw, bitch. Yeah. Very good. Yeah. So then, Ichabod, go on. What were you saying?
That is the telltale the sign of someone botching a magical disguise or a mundane one.
I wouldn't push our luck, but if there's a way that we can find out from Arkham that that
He's in
there
prison.
was what happened?
He's in prison still, yes?
That's the one thing I want to confirm if that man is still in prison or not.
Sneaking in again is not going to be a good idea, but no one knows your face, right? No one suspects you.
No one knows my face, but I have to admit, I might have got just a little bit lucky with my first attempt. I don't know if I can give that one more of a go.
If we could meet that prisoner under some pretense, an investigation, family relations, something like that, we could learn more as to why someone would be disguising him.
Freaking, right after you say that, freaking Calvir's just like, well, that means we'd have to go through Occam then.
That's the thing. Occam, he knows if you or I act on this directly, he'll directly against his territory again. He might not only, of course, oppose us, but realize that we had a more direct hand in freeing Veshna. Softail, you did so surreptitiously before. Maybe you, or at least one of your party, could attempt a more, shall we say, a less subtle approach. Maybe you could think, maybe
Cal's gonna add in that this is like subtlety is less important here, but it is a far more delicate matter.
Yes,
you
could
have to approach him directly. I would recommend doing it alone.
You could attempt to claim that you're doing an investigation, that you know him somehow.
Is there possibly someone in the city that knows the streets more than anybody else, that we can get some more information on this matter?
You just tailed her for 6 hours.
Yeah, exactly. You just tailed her.
No, not. Oh, fuck.
She's literally the person who knows the streets more than anyone.
And if someone knows the streets better, you'd be looking for wherever this place's underbelly is. And let me tell you something: with Occam's Legion, if this place has an underbelly, it's well hidden. No, you may have to do this on your own. A bold-faced lie to get to this prisoner. Occam's Legion has few weaknesses, but the one of them is that they must, especially now with Occam's blunder, they must follow the same rules as anyone else. If there are rules regarding the engagement of prisoners, we should discover them and follow them. That way, you can meet this prisoner under a legal pretense, no matter whether or not they believe anything you say, they have to follow through with it.
Yes, I believe that is the only way that we are going to get this done. With the first prison break, I'm sure the guards will be double. There's no way I can sneak in once again. We'll have to go through different channels. That is up to you, because what rules I have to follow, I obviously do not know them.
We should do some research, and you can try and go up to them directly, even without a disguise, but you could only do that once.
Yes.
Yeah, Cal's gonna add in. She's like, I really think this is something. If you mean to promote the idea that you're doing an investigation, I do think it's important that it be more than just you who's there. Mm-hmm. You're going to need other people to talk to him.
Yes.
You alone won't be able to walk in and have any ground to stand on.
You could, come to think of it, you could just walk straight up to a guard and ask him the rules for engaging a prisoner. They'd have no reason not to tell you, so long as you had earnest intentions.
But as you know, Occam is the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Ultimately, what Occam allows and disallows is more important than the actual laws, as long as the council is not directly involved.
Yes, I bet. Fuck. What the hell
If you, of course, there's also the option of using more surreptitious channels. You would be on your own and searching them, though. Neither I nor Calvira know this city very well.
What we must be aware of is that I'm sure all of the council has their own secrets. We must make sure we are not pursuing a case a different case entirely, meaning that this isn't an entirely different issue that has nothing to do with.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah, and Cal's gonna add that and we also must make sure that in the event that we're pursuing a loose end, that we don't let the real traitor know what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
An investigation like this could make it obvious that we're investigating a traitor. They could become aware.
Maybe for the time being, we should leave this where it is, and I should investigate the rest of the
I do have an
the
idea.
rest of the council.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one of your little motley crew. Surely the rest of your band is capable of such investigation. It may be, if not adept at your particular mannerisms.
It's safe to say that our party is certainly varied. We have the bimbos, the brain dead. We have the honorable. But if we wanted a more, if I believe this to be true, I think our best bet is once again to send in Inuyasha, as he seems to be the most good-hearted in the situation.
Oh, it's time to sling my dick around one more time.
Yeah. Do you find that to be a liability, Softail?
What do you mean by a liability?
Like, do you think that's a positive trait or a negative trait, being soft-hearted? That's what he's asking you.
All I know is it's hard to tell, but I know at the end of the day his heart is in it, his motivations are in the right place, trying to help further this investigation. I believe that he will do what is necessary.
I think perhaps the different council members have different methodologies we can match. Tiziana is a mistress of discretion. I think perhaps your approach today was the correct one. After all, when you create a web of lies, it's hard to tell what's tangled in it.
This is very true.
And then we have Occam. He has power, and now we know he won't hesitate to bend the rules in his favor if he needs to. That blew up in his face today. So it's hard to say whether or not he'll try it again. He's also the least suspect out of all of the council. Next to Calvira, of course.
What did you say that these all sound of course. What would you recommend be our next course of action? I know about I know about like the bandit leaders and stuff, right?
Yep.
Perhaps the first action we should take is investigating these bandit leaders and see if that leads us anywhere.
I don't believe you should do so independently.
Oh,
after all,
no. The whole party.
After all, the council would be very grateful if you dealt with this bandit problem. No, maybe the High Chancellor would offer a reward for your work.
Yes, we can have Inuyasha go discuss a business deal with him. So not only are we doing this, are we getting this problem solved, we are recognized for our acts, which may get us closer to the council.
Then there is the High Priest. The High Priest is an arrogant old sot, but I find it difficult to believe that a High Priest of a god of honesty, valor, and all such interesting things could be behind the subterfuge.
Cal's gonna interject there, she's like, you say that, but a man of his stature is supposed to be someone who's more passionate, less materialistic. But look at the way he dresses, the jewels he constantly adorns himself with.
Very true.
Look at the way he talks about the people of our lower class. He's anything. If he's anything, he's certainly a contradiction, wearing robes.
Most certainly. Although if he steps over the line, his god can take away his powers like.
Homie will literally lose his powers if he's doing some fuck shit. So who knows how much he's pushing the boundaries.
Yeah. Okay. So but that about wraps up my mission. The only other thing of interest being when I followed her back to her, as I was following her back to her estate, she seemed like she had put on a whole new face. She completely went on guard, not thinking. She was not suspecting me of following her, but this is just certainly something to note that she changed her. I guess fucking. I don't know. She fucking.
Her demeanor, like
yes,
her countenance changed, gave off a different.
But when she went home, she did nothing of suspicious activity.
I suppose that that little walk home is likely when she's most quote unquote vulnerable. Makes sense she'd be on guard.
Yes, this is definitely a possibility.
But you know, maybe it is just my scholarly mind acting in play. But I think you should leave no loose ends left hanging.
So what do you suggest I do then? What do you mean by that?
Well, I believe that all the council members need to be investigated on some level or another. I think maybe you should finish this thread you found with the prisoner, because after all, if there is in fact a magical disguise involved, or mundane, maybe Tiziana was not privy to it. In which case, who knows what is going on?
Yes, this hole can easily go very deep. I think for the time being, our next move though would be to try and gain approval from the council to go take care of these bandit leaders.
Indeed.
All right, I guess we'll convene at that, and then I'll go back. Unless someone's gonna say something.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to the party and be like, so what's the game plan here? I'll tell them the game plan. I want Inuyasha to go talk, see if he can get in touch with the head of the council. What's his name again?
Vividum.
Chancellor Vividum Emberfist.
Yeah. See if he can get in contact with Chancellor Vividum Emberfist. See if we can gain official support from the council to go hunt down these bandit leaders, so we get recognized for our actions, getting us closer to them.
Liddy.
Yeah, so that's basically works. All right, so we can call that there. I don't know if you guys want to let talk about it all the shit you guys were talking about, or sort of elaborate on that type of.
Nah, it was kind of a moot point.
Yeah,
Like,
the point is that we're down with what's going on right now.
Okay.
We down with the bitches and the hoes.
Okay.
Yeah, as right
Because
now.
all I know is I hopped in
nothing's
there for a
changing
split second, and you guys were talking about the
fucking
artifact. I was like, okay, I was like, what's this all about?
Yeah.
As of right now, nothing's changing for us.
Okay, no
We
problem.
decided.
Works for me. All right, so good session, guys. Eventful despite the lack of combat.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of good ass plot.
That shit was lame.
Politics is fun, isn't it?
I'm excited. I like this arc.